Board of Supervisors meeting to order. We start off our meetings with invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll have opening board comments. So at this time, Mr. Black, if you would please lead us in our invocation.
Everyone please stand. Heavenly Father, as we come before you tonight, we ask for your wisdom, your guidance, and your strength. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Good evening, everyone. We are joined tonight by Mr. Underwood, Mr. Seeley. I am Nancy Long, Mr. Clay Forehand, Mr. Floyd Thomas, and Mr. Jeff Black. We appreciate you being here tonight. And at this time, we are going to move forward with opening board comments. Mr. Black?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few, I wanted to start off, I know all the other supervisors will probably have the same thing. Another excellent national night out. There was two in my district, one in Lake Landor that did an excellent job, and then one out at, what they call it, Touch a Truck out at County Line Baptist. Also, I think Lisa Stevens helps put that together with County Line. Just an amazing job. Always like going out there and seeing that, so good job to them. Want to wish our students in Caroline a great beginning to the new year. You know, I saw something kind of on social media that says beginning of a new year is kind of like rebuilding everything, and it really is. You leave the building and then you come back and you got to start all over. So good luck to them and to everyone. Kids were pretty excited today up in Spotsy. Speaking about school, one thing I have had a lot of contacts by many constituents concerned with overcrowding in Lewis and Clark. And I think this board and the school board need to get together and start to kind of hammer out a long-term plan on how we're going to deal with that, because with Pendleton and Ladysmith Village and the subdivisions, Lake Landor, Lake Caroline growing, it's not going away. So we're going to need to kind of figure out how we're going to move forward with space for our children. A couple weeks ago, Ms. Long and I had an opportunity to meet with the county staff. And I just want to say thank you to everyone, the county staff that I met with. I really appreciate, of course, we're elected by constituents, but we have an excellent county staff here in Caroline. And they were very open with us. They were very honest with us. And we really appreciated that. We just didn't want them to tell us what we wanted to hear. We wanted to hear, you know, what their opinions were. And these people worked very, very hard. So thank you very much to that. And then finally, I want to thank the citizens in Lake Landor. There was a story that went out on News Channel 6 on Friday about the conditions that many citizens face when they have to deal with the company called Aqua Virginia for their drinking water and sewage. So it was a really well done piece by News Channel 12 that was on the news on Friday. So I'd like to thank them. And that's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few, especially since it's been a couple of months since we were together. But first of all, I want to congratulate Caroline's Promise for their school supply giveaway. According to the executive director, it's their most successful one they had ever. Today, this morning at 6:45, I participated in the meet and greet of new students showing up at the middle school, and it was a lot of fun for me. A lot of the students didn't seem like it was fun when they got off the bus, but as they kind of walked in, we tried to make them at least smile and be happy and look forward to what they were doing. So that was a great thing. Like Mr. Black, I participated in the Belmont National Night Out, which was great to see the sheriff there and folks to remember that National Night Out is to foster a better relationship with law enforcement. I think we here in Caroline are blessed by having a wonderful law enforcement team, especially their executive leadership, and without a doubt, Sheriff Mosier has made the rounds. I still say he's cloning himself because he was probably at all 6 national night outs at the same time. So I'm not sure how he did that, but it was a great event. Got a call and an email from Dr. Calveric about the senior gala. She worked with the group that did the senior gala, so the thing she was asking for, Mr. Cully was copied on that. I'm not sure why was the point, but anyhow, will the senior gala happen again? And if it is to happen again, this would be the 20th year of the gala. And the committee that was there last year seems to think they need some more county help, although we didn't really participate, we just financed it. So I'm gonna ask Mr. Cully to take the lead on that and see what resources he could give. To Mr. Shebel in the utility department, kudos to their hard work. Sunday before last, there was a water main break on New Baltimore Road at about 4 o'clock. I was notified at about 7 that the water pressure was low. I called Mr. Shebel Sunday at 7 o'clock. He responded and said crews were there, and in about a half an hour, they finished repair. So that's a great job for our county staff, and they deserve a well done, gentlemen. I also had a citizen who is trying to put up a temporary structure after their house fire, after a house fire destroyed their house. And I was told by Mr. Hughes, we don't have an ordinance that would allow people to do that, to put up a temporary trailer while their house is rebuilt. So I've asked him to look into that and possibly make us an ordinance for that particular situation. And I had another citizen mention the fact that the Caroline County welcome signs were not as good as the welcome signs from Hanover and Spotsylvania, and we should probably make an effort to do that. And I promised I'd bring that to the board if they wanted to take action. And last, there was some discussion about the CIP or the capital improvement plan a couple of months ago, and the misconceptions about how it works and what's in there and why nothing's in there. But projects like the $6 million Sparta Fire Station is in the CIP. Projects like the $12 million utility expansion is in the CIP. $3 million for well development is in the CIP. And there's also a $10 million HVAC replacement at the middle school that we responded to at the last minute that's in the CIP. So we have things in the CIP. Unfortunately, sometimes the CIP has to be more reactive than proactive, but it is there. Now, the one thing we don't have is a strategic plan for school construction. And I think that's what we need to get together and make sure we have a strategic plan based on the school board's priorities of what we should do. And maybe we should start thinking about it a little bit differently or new. I think before we talked about building a new high school, making the high school a middle school and the middle school an elementary school. Possibly doing something like that would allow us to phase in the renovations and maintenance we have to do at each school, and then build another school closer to where our population centers are. But we need to all get together and talk about the plans based on what the school says are their priorities. I'm willing to do that if the chair wants to have a meeting with a 2-on-2, since Mr. Forehand might be absent. I'd be happy to substitute with him. And that's it, Madam Chair. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Forehand.
Just one quick one. And today was the first day of school for most sixth graders, and ninth graders went back yesterday, but the buses were on the roads today. The sports were in full swing. And just want to wish everyone a good, productive year, and teachers, bless their hearts, and again, hope they have a very good and productive year as well.
Thank you, Mr. Forehand. As for me, we've already said, welcome back to the students, good luck to the teachers. I'm going to say, please remember that they are out there on the road, the school buses. You come around Blind Corner, watch for flashing lights. Remember where you can pass, where you can't pass. You know, if they're stopped with those lights flashing, you better stop behind them, or I'm going to be calling Sheriff Moser. they're all sizes and shapes, and sometimes children forget. So do be aware, and also be aware of people, the parents who are driving in and out. The roads are just going to be the ones that go back to work as teachers, work as counselors. It's going to be a little bit more traffic out there. So let's watch out for one another and keep our children and our families safe as you're heading out in the mornings. And I also want to thank Sheriff Moser for everything they did on National Night Out. I hope everyone has had a wonderful summer, and it looks like we're going to have some beautiful weather toward the end here. So if we can get a little bit of rain, we're going to end this year feeling good about things. So at this time, I'm going to move forward to Mr. Seeley.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to say it was the first national out at the Sparta Fire Station, which was done really well. I will say the volunteers down there went all out to have all kinds of events there. So I have to give them a shout out for all the work there. We also, my school board member and I also attended the Bowling Green National Night Out. We did Bowling Green and then we did Sparta. He and I also did the back to school supply day on Saturday at the high school in the gym, which was, the number of people is absolutely amazing. We saw a ton of folks, but we had a table together to talk to folks as they came by, and we had a great time. And lastly, the first Music on the Green in Bowling Green is August 22nd, starting at 6 p.m. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Underwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have several. I also attended two national night out, one in Dawn at the Low Massey Park. About 200 children came out. I think it's a little over 200 actually, received book bags, and certainly want to thank Sheriff Mosier, the state police, Frog Level, and Second Mount Zion. Our second national night out was at Caroline Pines, and we had about 150 people attend there. So thank you to the Caroline Pines Homeowners Association. Both were well attended and just really shows the need in our community to come together. And they were excellent. My second comment is I'm very concerned about the roads in Reedy Church District, particularly those roads that are used by the major warehouses up at Carmel Church Loop and Ruther Glen Road. I think we as a board have to take a look and see if we can stop trucks from going over the bridge down Ruther Glen Road. And we need to get with VDOT to widen that area. It is an accident waiting to happen. People are being run off the roads every day. The shoulders are soft, doing damage to the vehicles. It is a real issue, and it is an immediate need that something be done. It is urgent. I've called Mr. Bates, and he and I are going to have a conversation. He's the regional director for VDOT, but it is urgent. My third comment regarding schools, I listened to their board meeting, and they talked about the Board of Supervisors not being involved in their CIP, which from my perspective, the CIP for schools is their wish list of what they want. I look at the role of this board is to make sure we try to find the funding to build schools and to make sure the infrastructure in Caroline County, public utilities and all of the others, fire and rescue, everyone gets a fair shot at the taxpayer dollar. So I shouldn't be telling schools what they need. And when you do that, then they say you're mismanaging or you're overstepping your bounds. What I would like to see schools do is take a proactive role and talk to us about school achievement. Since we're paying more money and spending more money than we ever have, are students doing better or worse? And what is that we need? We've talked about salaries over the last 8 years, and salaries have gone up. And then all of a sudden, in 1 year, overpopulation is the major issue. But overpopulation in our schools didn't occur in 1 year. That should be planned for over many years. And as Mr. Thomas said, I think we do need a up-to-date strategic plan, and it's planned for schools. But everything doesn't happen in 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years. And we have to be mindful of the taxpayer dollar. We just saw huge amounts of assessments go up. Most of them were 60-some%. And at a time when the economy for most average people has not kept up. Sure, if you're at the higher end of the scale, then naturally you're doing fairly well. If you're in the stock market but a lot of people are not. So meat prices going up constantly, school supplies. There are things that we try to do to make, and we can do to make sure that we soften the blow. So the CIP for schools and the CIP for the county are two different issues, and I want schools to be responsible for the education and the achievement of our schools. Come to me and say, this is what you're paying for. Let me know what our students are doing. There are new assessments in the state. I'd like to see how our kids are doing as compared to the state and across the nation. My next comment is about Parks and Rec. With the addition and the upgrade of Low Massey Park, that park has been rented out almost once a week on the weekend. We're renting it out for $20 for 4 hours. I believe that's right, Mr. Howard. $20 does not dump the trash, does not pay for. We need to look at upgrading our rules and regulations and conditions for people using the parks. Because the parks are very nice, we want to maintain those, but it does cost money. So I'd like to make sure that whatever we can do to help bring revenue that's easier on the county in terms of usage, we do that for Parks and Rec. My final comment, Ms. Long, again, is some of the back roads in the county are not standard roads. They're non-standard, and we're built that way. So we do have a lot of traffic. I think there are certain roads that we have to put up signs or agree to put up signs that no through traffic. If a road doesn't have a business on it, we shouldn't have 50 tractor trailers going by our residents every day. They're cutting through, and it's creating real issue with our roads. Again, soft shoulders, and we've got some real problem with trucks turning around in people's yards, destroying their mailbox, destroying their yard. It's time that we again be proactive and do something to stop this. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my comments.
Thank you. All right, at this time, I will take any amendments to the agenda, gentlemen. Does anybody have any changes or additions to the agenda? Yes, Mr. Thomas.
Madam Chair, do we want to add, or could we add, just a brief discussion of will the county participate in the senior gala? Or is the county willing, was the board willing to say it wants to go ahead and do it?
I don't know what they're asking for, if it's the same amount as last year.
Yeah, it's funding,
That's-
of course, but
right.
it's also a commitment from, I think, last year, I don't see Mr. Howard, or Mr. Howard's back there. He was supposed to be part of a committee, and maybe somebody from Public Works. If that's what we want to do, we want to have the affair, then we can ask Mr. Cully to assign people as needed if we have to. We never really assigned people before because the Ruritans did it, but the Ruritans aren't really doing it again.
Lion Club.
It was the Ladysmith Ruritans, or not the Madison Ruritans, or something like that. Rotary Club, thank you.
Rotary Club, they're gone.
So they did it and they're not there, so somebody's got to fill that gap. But if the county wants to still do it and finance it, I think that's the general consensus.
Well, we put it on as a discussion point later in the meeting.
That's fine.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda with the amendment of the senior citizens gala.
Yeah, second.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second with one change. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So moved. Right. So the first thing on our agenda is appointments, and we need an appointment from Mattaponi District for the Board of Appeals, and also an at-large position for the Board of Zoning Appeals. The first one, I'm sorry, is for the Building Code Board of Appeals. Yeah.
Can I ask Mr. Parton a question? Because Mr. Pitts has served in that position admirably for a long time. Is he no longer allowed to serve, or he said he was tired?
Mrs. Hall may know better than I, but my understanding is he does not wish to serve anymore.
I'm sorry, really sorry to hear that. Okay. That being the case, I will try to advertise for someone to replace him on the Building Code Board of Appeals. And since I'm talking, the BZA BZA appointment I was trying to make last month probably should have been different. Mr. Coleman wanted to serve, but more or less serve on the Recreation Advisory Board. So if we can put that on next month's agenda, that'll be fine. And I don't have an at-large BZA appointment unless somebody else does.
I wasn't aware that we were looking for somebody, so I haven't looked.
Yeah, I had his name as somebody who wanted to volunteer, but that wasn't a spot for him to volunteer, so. All right, we'll look for both of those. Yes,
We'll move those over to our next meeting.
thank you.
Thank you. All right, so everybody ask around if anyone's interested in serving. Talk to your representative. We can always use citizen input. Somebody's got to fill these positions to keep your interest and your comments relayed to staff and to us. So, oh, thank you, David, for turning on lights. Now I can see what I'm looking at. All right, that takes us to our consent agenda. Is there anything on our consent agenda that anyone on the board would like to pull off at this time?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Black.
Chair Lady, I just have some questions. I don't necessarily want to pull, I just have some questions on that, that's all. So I have questions on D, E, and then G and H.
D, E, G, and H.
Yeah, just questions, not,
All right.
I had a
D, G,
question for
H.
E, so,
All
and
right.
mine is really just a cost thing.
So you guys are together. So Chief, you're the first one up for D. On the kids, do I need to, can we just discuss these without actually taking them off? All right.
Chief,
Yes, sir.
I guess it's more E than D. Madam Chair,
Yeah, we're gonna do both of them.
All right, so the lift that you have for, I mean, I guess getting the patients, how many ambulances is that gonna end up being in? Because you had talked about multiple, like basically where it lifts up, and those are like 32, I think those are like 32,000 each or something.
Yep.
A number. How many ambulances are those gonna be in?
So the first grant, the board's already approved. Those went into 5 ambulances so far. So that's the power load and the power cot.
Right.
2 separate things. This grant, which is another grant from the state that we awarded, would do 4 more ambulances.
Okay, and how many total do we have?
We have 11 or 12.
So about, trying to get to around 50%.
Well, I'm trying to get them all.
Yeah,
At
right,
the end of the
okay.
day, we're trying to get them all. And this will probably be the last grant we get because we've got 2 in a row, which is about $250,000 for this project. And we'll do the rest of the ambulances through attrition. When those ambulances go out for their lifespan, we'll add that into the cost of the ambulance.
Okay, yeah, I think that's, I like that. I just wanted to see how many, because it really didn't say, hey, how many ambulances. I just wanted to see in the memo how many ambulances we're at and how many we're working
Yeah,
towards.
so at the end of this, we'll be at 9.
Okay,
So the rest we'll work on as time permits. The D does have a cot. That's a brand new ambulance that we'll put that cot into. So when that comes, it'll be ready to go.
okay. That's all mine for D and E. I don't know.
Madam Chair,
I just-
Madam Chair, I do.
oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go
I was just curious because I saw in item D that the power lift was 35,000
Mhm.
And then I saw that we needed 240,000 for 4. So you do the math and 4 of them at 35,000 or 140,000 and change. So I was just curious why we were at 240 to start.
Which topic are
Or
we on, Jeff?
260, we're on E.
So that's the power cots, okay.
Yeah, and in the first bullet, it says loading systems in the amount of 260,000. But then when you come down, again, in D, it said they were 35,000 apiece. I was just looking for what the cost per unit was because we were at 260 in this agenda item for 4.
I'm not seeing the same thing you are, but I can tell you, do you see a page that looks like this? Orange page?
Nope.
We don't have that.
What I'm looking at is so you don't have the front page of the summary for us? Action.
Okay, Alan's summary, yep.
Okay, if you look at the very first bullet under the summary, stretchers, auto load system in the amount of $260,745.
Correct.
So if they're $35,000 a piece, how do we get to 260 was my only question. What am I missing?
You're missing that. There's two parts. So the auto load is the piece that comes out of the ambulance.
Okay,
Then there's another 32,000, which is the cot, where the cot comes up. It's
Okay.
it's got basically a DeWalt battery. It comes up, locks into the auto load, and it pulls it in.
okay,
So you're looking at 60,000, 70 some odd thousand for each setup.
okay,
batteries and everything.
That's what wasn't clear in here, and that's all I was looking for,
Understood.
is what the total cost was.
Yeah, if I put a video up, you could see how they both work
Oh,
in
no,
tandem.
you're
So-
actually your training specialist showed me at Bowling Green
Oh, okay.
Station one night and loaded people on and off. And I was amazed. Those things are fabulous.
Okay.
No, I've seen it.
Yes, sir. So yeah, two parts.
2 parts. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the chief? Mr. Underwood?
Chief, again, thanks for all you do. Thanks for your service. Can you just discuss briefly your call volume, how it has increased, and what the impetus for this is and the need, so people understand that you're not just buying new equipment, but there is a real need for us to have ambulances at our firehouses.
So two things there. One, I'll talk about the power cots really quickly. We're probably the last locality in Virginia, to be quite honest with you, that is not using a power cot. And that really came down to cost. But recently we had an employee, they were transporting a patient, and that employee got hurt moving the patient on the cot. And that really cost us on the workers' comp side. That employee went out of work, is no longer in the fire service anymore. So getting these power cots, doing what we can to provide better equipment to get people in and out of the ambulances is paramount. The other thing is, I'll say it like it is, the American population isn't getting any smaller. And we ride 2 people on an ambulance. And when you're lifting 200 or 300 or 500 pound person, having that power cot is a lifesaver as far as a career. As far as what's happening in Caroline, I can tell you, I can't explain to you why that is. From January until the end of July, we've seen a 20% uptick in call volume from the same time last year. We dug into that call volume. We are transporting an older population than we did in the previous year. But our call volume, I'll take you for last month. Last month, we transported 314 patients to the hospital with a daily staff of 20 people. So, and that is consistent throughout June, May, et cetera. So that call volume doesn't really equate to an increase in population in Caroline. We didn't have a 20% increase in our total population. So what we think is happening is people are using the EMS system today more so as a primary care system to get folks to the hospital and get definitive care. It is hard to get into a primary doctor today, anywhere you go. I'm a prime example, right? It's hard to get to a doctor. You're 3 months, you're 4 months out. And I think people are using the EMS system to fix that gap. But we are busier now than we ever were. Even on the fire side, we're experiencing 600 calls per month on average. 300 result in transport. The other 300 are either fire calls, accidents, or things that don't result in transport. But that is a heavy call volume for this community and the way we're staffed right now.
And Sheriff, Chief, can you just discuss briefly your staffing and where we are in terms of staffing overall? And I don't, you don't have to get into specific, but
Yeah, basically our daily career staffing is 23, and that's spread among stations that we do staff. We have volunteer supplemental staffing when they're available. Folks like Sparta lately are picking up a lot of volunteer hours, and they are staffing more than they had been in the past, so that's excellent. Places like Upper Caroline are not staffing at all, 0, 100% failure. Places like Port Royal lately have gone down a little bit in their volunteer staffing. Again, it comes into getting volunteers in the door, and that's hard today. As we look down the road, the majority of what we're doing today is EMS transports. We don't have a lot of house fires. We do have a lot of car accidents, and that's the secondary piece for us. But EMS transport and EMS call service is where the call volume is today. And that takes a long time, right? Because we got to transport somebody out of the county and then get back before that unit is available for another call.
projecting out, and Madam Chair, if you don't mind if I go down this road, just projecting out in the next 5 years, what do you see as our need for staffing? And can you give me an idea how long it takes to train a person from hire to being able to go on calls? So people understand what you're up against.
Yeah. So as far as staffing in the next 5 years, I can tell you in the next year, right now we need to populate another ambulance, right? I need another ambulance on the street to cover our transport call volume. We only have one dedicated fire piece of apparatus in the county. We need another, right? Whether that's a rescue truck, an engine, a tanker, we need another piece that has dedicated staff on it so that all of our staff are not being transported to the hospital. So those things will come to you in due course. How long it takes, we're looking about 7 months to train somebody up from no training to be able to be a firefighter EMT certified, and then probably another 3 months after that for them to get released on everything, get trained, field oriented, and everything else. So you're looking at 10 months for somebody to turn around and be a productive firefighter EMS provider in the county.
Thank you.
And if you're looking at ALS, you're looking at another 2 years on top of that. So our highest level of care is paramedic, and that would be another 2 years of college training before those folks are certified.
Thank you, Chief Loftus. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can I ask him a quick question?
Yes,
just-
and then I'll go.
Okay,
You go
Chief,
Regarding to your ambulance requirements, do you have to by law take someone to the hospital, or can you take them to an urgent care facility?
By law, I've got to take them to a certified ER, right? So I can't take them to an urgent care facility, but I can take them to a freestanding emergency room.
ER, okay.
Lee's Hill, the one
Right.
down in Hanover, those ones. I can't take you to Better Med or, Patients First or your doctor, any of those things.
Okay. But if there were, instead of people going to the hospital, probably if there were urgent care facility they could use, it'd probably cut down on you taking
I
them
would
to the
think if there
hospital.
was urgent care in the community, it would cut down our transport slightly. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Better access to healthcare anytime.
Yeah, I like that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And I just wanted to say, Chief mentioned Upper Caroline, and they are not staffed right now. However, I will say Upper Caroline for 2 years took funds that they had raised as a volunteer fire department and paid to staff their fire station. But they're aging out, none of us are getting any younger. And they hope that by having the station staffed, they would get some new recruits and some new volunteers, but it just hasn't happened. So, they do let the chief use the building for some of the training, I think for the, the
Yes, sir.
academy. So they are being active, but we still have gaps in our area of service. If you know anyone that has the heart and the time and is really interested in a career service, please encourage them. It takes us all with our special gifts we've been given to take care of one another. And so if you have a teen or who's interested in the medical field or just helping or just likes that charge of excitement when somebody else helped and they want to go in there, encourage them because we need them. All right, so that's my comment on that. Thank you, Chief, for all that you do. And do I have a motion now to
Madam
any
Chair,
other
I had
questions?
questions on G and H.
Oh, one more.
G and H.
Oh, sorry.
G and H.
All right, number G.
Mr.
Mr.
Shebel, just real,
Shebel.
real quick. I was just looking at this. Is quality of work taken into account besides just lowest bid?
Absolutely. That's
So
one of the
you thought-
reasons why we did this.
You thought you thought that was okay?
Well, if you look at the
Yeah, I
actual
saw it, I
write-up,
saw it, but yeah,
the other two are actually lower. One of them is currently in breach and the other one's not doing satisfactory work.
right,
So we recommended one that's
Okay.
currently working, it's doing
okay. All right.
satisfactory.
All right, and then H was for the librarian, real quick, and then I'm done. Is this state aid allocation just something that we have to match? Is like money that we have to match?
No, it's just what the state gives us every year.
Okay.
So,
Oh,
yeah.
all right. Okay, thank you. I'm all set, Madam Chair.
All right, do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So moved. All right, at this time, we have a closed session meeting. We will be back as quickly as we can. Mr. Forehand, can I get you to read? Did I miss anything?
Oh, this is a long one.
I guess that's the right one. I only have one sheet up here.
War and Peace here. Yeah. All right. I move that this board convene in closed meeting pursuant to the following. One, with legal counsel and contract exemptions of section 2.2-3711 A8 and A29 of the Code of Virginia for consultation with the county attorney and discussion with staff regarding terms of a performance and incentive agreement related to the development project in the Mattapan district, where such discussion in open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the county. And two, the personnel exception of section 2.2-3711 A1 of the Code of Virginia to discuss personnel matters related to the fire department, the Department of Fire and Rescue and Emergency Management and Department of Finance. And three, the real estate exemption of section 2.2-3711 A3 of the Code of Virginia for discussion with county staff regarding the potential acquisition of real estate by the county in the Ladysmith area for public utility purposes. And four, the building security and investment of public funds exemption of section 2.2-3711, A6 and A19 of the Code of Virginia for discussion with staff regarding potential updates to the county's security infrastructure and costs associated therewith, where a discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the financial interests of the board and jeopardize the safety and security of county facilities and persons using such facilities. And five, the prospective business exemption of section 2.2-3711 A5 of the Code of Virginia to discuss prospective business and economic development project in the Mattapan district where no such previous public announcement has been made. And lastly, number six, the consultation with legal counsel and litigation exemptions of section 2.2-3711 A8 of the Code of Virginia for consultation with the county attorney and discussion with staff regarding compliance with certain provisions of the county's zoning ordinance and building code, where such consultation in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating and or litigating posture of the board.
Second.
On a vote, Mr. Chairman.
I have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We will be back as soon as we can. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. All right, at this time, do I have a motion to reconvene?
So move, Madam Chair.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So moved. Mr. Forehand.
All right, I move that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors certify that to the best of each board member's knowledge, that one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meetings requirement by Virginia law were discussed in closed meeting to which this certification applies. And two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Need a second.
Second.
And a vote, Mr. Chairman.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Are you gonna do?
Mr. Black, would you, do
I
you
s-
say
I
certified?
so certify.
Mr.
I
Thomas?
so certify.
Mr. Forehand?
I so certify.
I say certify. Mr. Sealy?
I so certify.
Mr. Underwood?
I so certify.
And Mr. Chairman, I would like, if we could add something to our agenda, if we can go ahead and knock this out.
Sure.
A motion to appropriate $250,000 to the county's capital improvement plan for updates to the county's security infrastructure.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So moved.
Thank you.
All right. All right, at this time, we come to our public comments. Public comments are for, and I've lost my little script, anything that is not on tonight's agenda, or no comments on anything that has recently been approved by public hearing, or anything that is to be discussed tonight as a public hearing. Did I hit everything, Chris? Got it all? All right. So at this time, you have 3 minutes to speak. And if you would please state your voting district and your name when you come forward. If anyone would like to address the board, please come forward at this time.
Good evening. My name is Carter Fitch, and my family owns a farm in the Port Royal district. Our land, along with some neighboring parcels, is protected by a conservation easement and lies within the resource-sensitive overlay district, which increases the minimum lot size from 10 to 25 acres. In 2003, the planning department approved a family subdivision of 6 lots as small as 2 acres, plus a 20-acre residual tract, using a 3,000-foot dirt road through our farm with only a 15-foot easement for access. My father met with the planning director, who admitted it did not meet the required 20-foot right-of-way and promised it would not happen again. In 2020, they approved a second family subdivision of that residual tract, again, using the same non-compliant easement and again, bypassing ordinance requirements. My brother submitted 15 written questions in 2021. Over the next 4 years, we've received repeated promises of answers, but nothing until a Freedom of Information Act request forced a partial response 40 months later. Some questions remain unanswered to this day. We believe both subdivisions should have never been approved. They have permanently impacted our property, financially and physically, due to road widening and crop loss from encroachment. What's most troubling is that both the planning director and the Port Royal board member have acknowledged concerns with the family subdivision ordinance for at least 2 decades, yet nothing has been done. Tonight, I'm asking the board to fix the family subdivision ordinance so properties in the resource-sensitive overlay district cannot be repeatedly cut into 2-acre lots by right, and hold the planning department accountable for ignoring citizens and failing to follow their own ordinance. We support the intent of the family subdivision ordinance, but the way it's being applied now is inconsistent with that intent and harmful to property owners. I will send you my brother's original questions so you can see the extent of the planning department's disregard for transparency. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address? Hello.
Hi, good evening. My name is Teresa White, and I live in the Western Caroline District. I would like to respectfully encourage the board to vote no to the request.
Ma'am, Ma'am, is that if this is dealing with a public hearing, this is for just public comments, we'll have time for the for the public hearing here in a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'll sit back
Sorry,
down. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board at public comment?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I received an email from a concerned citizen in the Dawn area.
Your name and Mrs. Wilson?
My name is Selena Wilson.
What district?
I live in Dawn in the
Reedy
Reedy Church District. Good afternoon, everyone. I received this email from a citizen who is concerned about the Dawn area water treatment plant. The first point was need of transparency. We want to know if there can be public data showing the water quality in our area, the reliability and the infrastructure that is currently in place, and the plans that the county has developed in order to address a problem that is long overdue for a solution. We also want to know the proposed location for this water treatment plant. The second concern was economic impact. What we heard from the local news source was a proposal for a tax increase. Many Dawn neighbors live on a fixed or modest income. The residents are feeling the effects of the last tax increase and are not excited about another one. Are there additional proposals on the table other than raising taxes? Last, there has been a history of underinvestment by our county in the Dawn area. While one end of our county is seeing new car washes and booming businesses, the other end has families without drinking water in their homes. Many of the residents rely on the kindness of neighbors in the church to allow them to fill water containers each week so they can have drinking water. In 2026, this should be a basic resource afforded to every citizen. We ask that when those data centers are built, that much of the revenue is allocated to fixing the water infrastructure in the Dawn area. We want businesses, not too many, but you can't grow without clean water and a fully functioning sewer system. We want more rooftops. Rooftops seem to be the driving force behind economic development. We ask that the board not undervalue certain locations in favor of others. There is value in being between 301 and 30 and less than 5 miles from 95 and Route 1. We look forward to big things happening in the Dawn area without our citizens being financially burdened. Strategically planning for the entire county will benefit us all long term. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Name
Yes,
and-
my name is Michael Street from Reedy District. I am a member of the Caroline NAACP. I am the education chair, and I wanted to formally invite any member of this committee to join us at any time on the first Monday of any month, and we can go over. We like to have a better relationship with the board and stay more informed with all of the needs of the county and its indifferent people, and we want to make sure that we go forward with on a better step. So I'd like to make sure that we have the educational, we teaching each other and sharing each other's needs. Sheriff Moser came maybe last month, and was very informative about what's going on in the county from his department. So we would like to be able to share that from any member of the board to give us, so we can share with all the other members and people that we stay in touch with. So at any time, y'all are formally invited to come and maybe give us some good answers and take a few questions and go from there. So I appreciate your time.
And excuse me, when
I'm
did
sorry.
you say the meetings are?
The first Monday of every month. The president is Ruben Rock. I am the chair of the educational committee. But again, we would definitely love to stay more informed with the board on everything that's going on, because it seems like a lot of things are affecting the minorities, the locals, the citizens. As Ms. Wilson said, there's a lot of factors that I didn't know about that was going on with the water. So we want to make sure that we try to keep this into one big circle and tackle all of the things we need to know.
And the time of your meetings?
Oh, 7 o'clock. I'm sorry, ma'am.
It's all right. And the location?
And it's at the Masonic Lodge in Bowling Green. Thank you.
Thank
Which
you.
Masonic Lodge?
Bowling Green.
Bowling Green, Chase Street.
The one on Chase Street?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Upstairs.
there's two Masonic lodges.
Didn't know that either.
I
See,
didn't know that.
already working.
They're,
Across
they're,
the street from each
they're
other.
basically across the street from each other, and for those of us who are older, we know why there's two different Masonic lodges, but the other
Okay.
one is what you're talking about.
Yes. See, it's working already. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak at public comment this evening? Anyone else? Seeing no one else coming forward, this public comment period is now closed. So I guess, Mr. Hughes, you're up next. We're at public hearings. Did I close public comments? Yes. I just didn't hit my gavel very hard. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the board. Public hearing tonight is RZ 02-2024 Hidden Pond. The applicant is requesting approval of a rezoning from rural preservation to rural residential 2 to allow for a 20-lot subdivision. The intent of the RR2 zoning district as identified in the zoning ordinance is to provide for limited residential development in rural areas where such development reflects the existence of the rural residential development of lots 2 to 5 acres. This rezoning proposes to maintain the same density as the by right density of the existing RP zoning. A by right subdivision of this 220-acre parcel will allow for approximately 21 10-acre lots in the RP zoning district. This request proposes to create 22-acre lots and a 167-acre parcel to remain zoned RP. Subject parcel is located on the south side of Ladysmith Road, approximately 1.4 miles west of the entrance to Lake Landor and approximately 0.2 miles east of the intersection with County Line Church Road. The subject property is approximately 1,000 feet from the edge of the Ladysmith growth area and the Lake Landor subdivision. All of the immediate surrounding parcels are zoned RP and range from 2 to 70 acres, with the majority of the parcels containing single-family homes. The GDP proposes 20 lots accessed via a single right-of-way terminating with a cul-de-sac and the 167-acre residual parcel to the south. The applicant's generalized development plan shows a 30-foot dedication of right-of-way along the parcel frontage on Ladysmith Road, and a landscaping plan included in the GDP depicts a 50-foot decorative visual buffer along Ladysmith Road. A 1.5-mile walking trail is provided around the perimeter of the subdivision for recreation, and a cluster mailbox location has been provided in accordance with USPS regulations. The 167-acre parcel will continue to retain the RP zoning and would be buildable and accessed from the new road constructed. The applicant has proffered a restriction limiting future family subdivisions to a maximum of 7 lots. These family subdivision lots cannot be recorded until 7 years after the approval of the rezoning. Applicant is proffering all improvements shown on the GDP. Architectural guidelines are proffered with a minimum square footage for residences of 2,000 square feet. Proffer statement conveys the trail, cluster mailbox area, and landscape buffer to the HOA for maintenance. The site contains wetlands and associated resource protection area on the western side of the development on the 167-acre residual parcel. All development is outside of the RPA except for a small portion of RPA that encroaches on lots 14 and 15, and the encroachment will not restrict the development or use of these parcels. The applicant did not provide a traffic impact analysis, however, did provide a turn lane warrant analysis, which concludes no turn lanes are warranted for the project. The proposed entrance for the subdivision is from Ladysmith Road, which is a secondary road with a speed limit of 45 miles an hour. The proposed entrance, approximately 1.4 miles from Lake Landor and 0.8 miles from the intersection with Ladysmith Road, Anderson Mill Road, and Partlow Road at the Caroline Supermarket. Average daily traffic on Ladysmith Road is 9,200 trips per day. The proposed development would add 200 vehicle trips per day. VDOT provided comments on the second submission, requested details for the left turn lane analysis. Applicant is not proposing any improvements to Ladysmith Road. Public utilities are not available outside of the primary growth area, and this proposed subdivision would be served by well and septic if approved. The comprehensive plan identifies this area as rural preservation on the future land use map and states that in RP designated land, development should be limited to conservation subdivisions. The proposed design leaves a majority of the property zoned RP. The statement of intent for the RR2 zoning district states that RR2 is to provide for limited residential development in rural areas. This proposal does not increase the density of what is allowed by right in the RP zoning district and provides for limited development of the 167-acre parcel with proffers regarding family subdivisions. The clustering of rural lots of 2-acre parcels provides a transition from the growth boundary. This request is consistent with the RR2 statement of intent in the zoning ordinance and the comprehensive plan. Planning Commission held a public hearing at the July meeting. The commission raised concerns regarding the possible by right future subdivisions that could be allowed on the 167-acre tract and the lack of turn lanes from Ladysmith Road. Concerns also included the addition of new wells and impact on existing residential properties in the area. Commissioners noted the lack of clarity in the proffers. Citizens speaking at the public hearing expressed concerns with the increase in traffic on Ladysmith Road and new wells drilled in the area as well. Planning Commission recommended this rezoning be reported to the Board of Supervisors with a recommendation of denial. The applicant has provided a proffer statement and staff analysis is included in your packet. Staff is not supportive of many of the proffers in the proposed proffer statement. And that concludes the presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I'm going to ask one first, and then I'll get to you. Can you go back to the map and show me where the remainder of the property is? Which piece is it?
So the GDP is a better look at that. So the 167-acre parcel is what is left around the outside of the 2-acre lots proposed.
Okay. I just figured where the wetlands were where the couple lots were talked about that had wetlands behind them. But it's not. Okay, thank you. Mr. Forehand.
Mr. Pennington, piggybacking on a comment that one of the public comments made, and there was a mention of, so I can have 20 that we approve and they can have up to 7 additional family additions.
The proffer restricts family subdivisions on the 167-acre parcel to one family subdivision with a maximum of 7 lots. It's not exactly clear in the proffers. The way we read it is that you could do one recording of family subdivision with a maximum of 7 lots.
So what does our ordinance say regarding that topic?
Our ordinance allows family subdivision of the parcel into 2-acre parcels for family members with the parent parcel remaining 10 acres. So theoretically, on 167 acres, you could split 157 acres of that up into 2-acre parcels.
And that's permitted right now.
If you had 75 family members, you could do 75 family subdivisions on that 167 acres.
All right, and I wholeheartedly agree with the person's suggestion that we take a good look at this, because that is insane in my mind. And I think it's being abused in some areas. And if the parent tract that remains is still dividable, then our subdivision ordinance really has less value, in my opinion. So that's
understood.
I think that's a worthwhile adventure that we undertake very soon.
Can we take an action to have the family subdivision ordinance come to us very soon?
We are working on a text amendment on that right now. The planning.
I heard that
Yeah,
3 months ago.
it's been, well, and I asked first like 3 years ago, so before, when Mike was still here. So I know how busy they are, but it needs to get done because it is getting abused. And we also have to think about how we enforce it because we don't have eyes everywhere. So I know that's hard for them to put in writing, but keep working on it, please. Any other questions from board? All right. At this time, anyone who would like to come forward to,
Would you like the applicant?
oh, I'm
presentation?
sorry. Yes, did we interrupted you? Had you finished?
no.
I'm sorry.
I had finished. The applicant is
Okay.
here if they have a presentation though.
All right. Would the applicant please come forward at this time with their presentation?
Hi
Hello.
there.
Hi.
Oh, wow, that's close. All right, sorry
It's
about that.
okay. You're
Hi,
fine.
Madam Chairman and the board. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm reading this on behalf of my parents, Carrie and Flo, who are unable to be here tonight. Dear members of the Board of Supervisors, my family and I are heavily invested in Caroline County with ownership of 4 separate residential and commercial properties, including the property we are discussing tonight, which we've owned since April 2010. We think Caroline represents the future. The Preserve at Hidden Pond should be easily approvable as it is designed to follow closely with the 2030 Comprehensive Plan guidelines, as outlined in more detail in the narrative describing the county's future vision of how the Village of John should treat their rural preservation parcels. We did not get to this concept in which you have in front of you today by ourselves. It was heavily influenced by your zoning staff, both full-time salaried employees with years of experience and service to the county. According to them, this plan meets or exceeds the zoning requirements for RR2 zoning. I would like to address the public commentary, starting first with the groundwater availability. That's been mentioned a few times. The comments are suggesting that 20 private single-family wells will somehow rob existing residents of their water. To gain perspective on this opposition, we have spoken to many well drillers on the county's OSE list, and none have identified our area of having this issue. Water problems have been identified east of I-95, but do not exist where this property is located. This is a weak point, and it could be easily argued that what they do on their property could deplete the groundwater on this property. And if this was a true issue with the county, data centers, a known massive consumer of water, shouldn't have been allowed. And to further this, 21 single-family homes can be built here by right. The second reason given is that this will create an unsafe intersection. If the intersection is designed and approved by VDOT, then it is as safe as any other intersection in the county. We have already offered to proffer a right turn lane, which is not necessary per VDOT. The third reason given is this would set a dangerous precedent for the approval of additional cluster developments. The county has already set the precedent and encouraged cluster developments in the county, more specifically the Village of Dawn. Dawn allows RP zoning and residential usages. It has different residential RP zoning and usages compared to the rest of the county's RP zoning residential usages. We are just asking to be treated the same as the Village of Dawn if their RP zoning were to come through as this here in Ladysmith. I want to make it very clear. We're not increasing density. We have already agreed to limit the residual leftover acreage from future residential development. If the language in the proffer is what's holding up this approval, we are agreeable to change it. It is not our intent to put 167 family subdivision lots on the remainder parcel. We are disturbing a fraction of what the property, we are disturbing a fraction of the property and are steering clear of all wetlands in environmentally sensitive areas, which will keep the rural nature of this property intact. For a county that states it wants to conserve RP areas, this fits the bill. We are asking for permission to do what we are able to do on the partial by right, but with an environmentally responsible approach. Change is hard, but the good news is this concept is in place just in the Village of Dawn. We should be and are willing to be the test case here. As of today, 0 cluster subdivisions from the Village of Dawn were submitted to the county for approval. I don't know the reason for this, but I do know you have one right here in front of you, and we are agreeable to working on any of the proffer language that you guys are finding disagreeable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to come up and speak on this? Oh, sorry. Got too many people coming forward. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing and welcome people up to make comments concerning this topic.
Okay, just to confirm, I'm in the right place now, right? Okay. Good evening again. My name is Teresa White, and I live in the Western Caroline District. I am respectfully encouraging you to vote no on the request to rezone the rural preservation land on Ladysmith Road for a subdivision. In recent years, I have heard comments from some supporting other forms of revenue for our county, to exclude more subdivisions, as our schools are already overcrowded, water availability is a concern, and traffic on Ladysmith Road is already a problem. So until our infrastructure has caught up with the homes we have already scheduled and approved to be built, I encourage no more rooftops at this time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Good evening.
Hi, I'm from Western Carolina. My name is Tammy Anderson, and she said it very well, Teresa did. I very much support what she said and do not support these additional houses going on Ladysmith Road. It took me I went 35 miles an hour down Ladysmith Road. There was nobody that was stopping us. There was no accidents, and that's how long it took me to get down from Route 1. Really, before we start adding any more houses on that side past Ladysmith Road and Lake Landor, can we look at what we're doing first and maybe considering schools and the roads? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm Shorty. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Well, thank you for listening to what I have to say. Teresa and Tammy said it beautifully.
And your name is?
My name is Susan Horner. You can call me Sue. I live in Western Carolina with my husband, Bo. I just want to say, I believe when you make a plan for the county and you set rules, you should follow them. We've lived in Western Carolina, which is zoned rural preservation, for over 50 years. I believe even the developers should have to go by the rules that were set by the board. And I never even knew there was a hidden pond in the trees across the road. But I can guarantee you that the animals around us did. And I believe that it is wrong for us to take that habitat from them. It offends me to see people buying land around us, taking the trees, and building just to maximize their profits. And then to call it a preserve? It won't preserve anything. We who live here know that. I'm asking for the wildlife that live here, for the deer who will be killed on that busier road, for the migrating bears who will get shot raiding trash cans, and for the birds who forage those fields and trees, including their predators, the hawks. When you remove the wind buffers from standing forests, the remaining trees begin to fall. I have seen this firsthand on my property, where the trees have been removed behind it. Sadly, so have the native birds. One thing can be preserved, however. This is our belief. That is our belief that our Board of Supervisors is watching out for us, for our interests, for our love for this environment, and that you are upholding your commitment to limited growth and rural preservation in Western Carolina. We will welcome our new neighbors more wholeheartedly if they take less from us. Thank you for your attention and for your no vote.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this issue? Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Seeing no one else coming forward, this public hearing is now closed. Mr. Black, shall I start with you?
No, actually, I'd like to end, if you don't mind.
All right.
I'll let the others go first.
Anybody else have questions? Whoops, I'm sorry. Oh. All right.
If you would like to
Sorry,
rebut
I thought
anything.
Yeah, you can come forward if you have anything else you'd like to say.
Address their comments that were said. Oh, okay. Oh,
There you go.
there we go. Okay. Thank you guys for your attention to this project. I think it's, you guys are interested in it. Thank you. To the ones that are concerned about the wildlife, I don't know if we can go back to the slide that shows where the development is going to be clustered. But it is our intent to try to preserve as much wildlife as possible by clustering the development away from the wetlands and keeping it on just a smaller portion of the entirety of the 221 acres. Like I said, with the groundwater, I did call probably 15 people on the OSE list that one of the county members gave me. Every single one of them indicated east of I-95 has water availability issues. That is not a concern for the well drillers on the west side. So short of going out and drilling multiple test sites, there is no water concern, groundwater availability concern on the west side of I-95. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Black.
I said I'd go last.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Underwood, do you have any comments, questions?
Yes, ma'am. If I could, applicant could come back to the.
Oh, you're gonna get your exercise tonight.
That's okay. I just have a couple of questions, but first I'm going to start off with where did you get the information about the Village of Dawn?
It's in the Dawn's comprehensive plan, the Village of Dawn town plan, where they show concepts of the how they would like rural preservation to be clustered. They have several diagrams of how they would like to cluster on the Village of Dawn.
I have no idea. I've never seen. I've been on this board since 2011. I've never seen that concept. But anyway,
okay.
My next question is, in terms of traffic, you didn't do a traffic study, I take it, from the conversations from Mr. Pennington. Why was there no traffic study done?
In the middle of all of the first meeting into this one, our engineer passed away over the winter time frame. To get a new engineer to come on, they would want to redo everything we've already done. So we just didn't have the benefit of an engineer to go back to address some of these other comments and kind of clarify them.
But don't you think that's critical so that we could make a decision to determine the impact of traffic on a road that I don't think is really standard? And 639 I know is Jericho Road is very narrow. 639 is 2-lane there. Don't you think that would give you a better advantage and you would know a little more and perhaps would be persuading to us as to the impact that it would have?
Yes, like I mentioned, sir, that he did pass away. We had trouble getting another one to come on board in between the two meetings. We did discuss the ability to put a left turn lane in, but we don't have enough road frontage to put the left turn lane in on our property. We've already agreed to do a right-hand turn lane, but we wouldn't have the ability due to road frontage to be able to put a left turn lane in as well. But yes, you are correct. If we are given some more time, these are the things we can hire another engineer to help us do. But like I said, we couldn't get anybody to jump on board mid-meetings without having to redo and resubmit everything to Craig.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about the water availability. I'm sure there's plenty of water available for 20 houses. The traffic does concern me greatly. It's going to bring school buses into the area, which I'm just looking at safety as an issue. And like I said, that's a very crowded corridor. So I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Seeley.
Have you read the VDOT report that we have?
Yes, I did.
Because there's a lot of things they said you did not do, that, and the calculations that were made, they did not agree with. And whoever did the VDOT report for your family really didn't answer the questions that they asked, and they asked in many places, please show the dimensions of the cul-de-sac. Road dimensions, I mean, you don't need to be anybody, I mean, whoever did your original study should have given road dimensions, cul-de-sac dimensions. Currently, the plan shows a 60-foot wide hammerhead turnaround. It is unclear if this meets the minimum requirement. And this is the VDOT report back to you all with questions. In the first page, the typical section does not provide labeling or information provided. I mean, this is somebody that you hired to actually submit your VDOT report, and VDOT is saying that it didn't even meet some of their minimum standards for many, many things that needed to be done in the road. They also didn't agree with a couple of places where the calculation was done. They said the incorrect values were used, which I have huge concerns with, because you're in front of us now, and this is what the VDOT report says.
Right.
And this is what we're looking at. And I don't see how anything moves forward with a VDOT report that looks like this.
Yes, yeah, I understand, sir. Like I said.
Well, I'm just saying that, you know, this started in April.
Right.
It's now August.
Yeah.
So whoever did your initial VDOT submission didn't do a very good job.
Right.
And I have real concerns when I see a VDOT report like this. It gives me great concern. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. And my concern, Mr. Seeley certainly makes good reports on that report, so thank you for not making the rest of us get through that report. But you heard the lady that was here before the public hearing about the family subdivision. And when I read this, because where she's having problems is in my district, and is that this calls your parents reserved to do 7 family subdivisions out of the big piece of property that would be left, which I understand. I mean, there's 7 children. I don't know how big your family is. But the problem with their subdivision ordinance is that you can subdivide the subdivision. And then you get all these little tiny things, and we need to do a lot of work on it. And it's just not going to work, because your parents may have perfectly good intentions of saying, okay, kids, you can build one house, but I can tell you, parents don't live forever. And then if you sell your property, somebody can subdivide it again. So it just, to me, does not fit. But those are my comments as far as my concerns about family subdivision. Mr. Forehand.
May I say something?
Yes.
Okay, and we are agreeable to language that would, satisfy you guys' concern about not being able to do all those extra divisions. When we had put that in there, that was not the intent to, 167 divisions. That was not the intent. So if there's language that we could put in there that would satisfy, making it clear that that's not the purpose of that remainder piece, or even going so far as to be willing to give up the family subdivision right on that piece. So, we're agreeable to work with the county on any of these languages, including the VDOT report, and getting it to what it needs to be.
Mr. Forehand.
We have our own issues to work through with the family divisions, and I'm not gonna, it's not y'all's fault.
Yeah, it's not your problem.
It's not, I don't blame you. I've been a benefactor of family divisions, and know firsthand how it can be abused. So again, it's not an issue that pertains to your parcel in any way, shape, or form.
That's not our intent. It's
No,
not.
no,
No,
and
it's,
even, yeah, like I said, it's not an issue with me. I don't think the VDOT is as much of an issue because have neighborhoods that have 3 times the housing numbers that weren't required to have turn lanes. Just pointing that out. However, I do like the larger parcels. I live in a neighborhood. I grew up on acreage. I wanted to get back to acreage, and I would love a larger lot subdivision. I'm just not a huge fan of where this is. That's just me being real. But I like the concept. I would like that their acreage is a little bit more per home. I know you have constraints, and I get that. But anyway, so.
Thank you.
Mr. Thomas, you have any questions or comments?
My only questions were about the family subdivision part, and you said you'd be willing to remove it. So if we get that far, we'll discuss it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Black?
Yeah, I have several. Mr. Pennington, I have a question on the water. Living in a subdivision like Lake Landor, we're not allowed to have our own wells. Lots are small. Okay, so, and understand state code says, like, if there's 1,600 or 1,800 lots in Lake Landor, I can't have 1,800 straws into the well. So I get that, I understand that. And so when you move out to west of Lake Landor into the Childsburg area, lots get bigger, 10 acres, 5 acres. In a situation like this, would these 2-acre lots have their own well?
Yes, this design, each lot would have its own well and own septic.
Even though so the wells would be right on top of each other?
With a 2-acre lot, yeah.
See, okay. All right, thank you. All right, I appreciate it. Ms. Vortimore, is that correct?
Vornador.
Vornador, all right. A couple of years ago, I think we met, correct? And you
At a
brought,
coffee shop.
Yeah, at a coffee shop, and you kind of brought this to me, and I think then I was pretty clear that it would be a tough sell to the county. And you guys said, hey, we don't really want to spend a lot of, effort into it if we think it's going to be like DOA, dead on arrival. And then you guys did go ahead, and I know you changed the plan and you did work with staff. My concern, ever since I was elected in 2011, my concern is there's parts of Caroline that I will support development. There are some people in Caroline that want no development whatsoever, and that's just not going to happen. The Route 1 corridor, anything east of Lake Landor, as you get closer to the 95 Route 1 corridor, then you're going to have development. I mean, that's what it's designed for business, for residential. You made a comment about the data centers and the water. I just want to point out that may not be accurate either, because a lot of these data centers now are using reuse water. So, I mean, to say, hey, look, you should never have approved a data center. The data center we have approved now is getting water from Spotsylvania. So that's taking 0 drops from Caroline County's, well system. So that's kind of a fallacy. Another thing that kind of concerns me is I was looking at everything that Mr. Seeley said, Mr. Underwood said. I'm not touching on that because I agree with them. But there was some math that was done in here that the real estate taxes would bring in $116,000 a year. And I just want to point out, if you had 20 lots that were valued, 2-acre lots that were valued at $500,000, that would bring in the county $52,000. And then in land use last year, I think the taxable income was around $800 or $1,000. So that's not close to the 112,000 in here. So
Those were with houses on them.
yeah, with houses. No, I get it. I understand, but we're still like 50,000. Anytime you build a subdivision, one of the things is you got to school kids, you need more fire, you need more police. And so a subdivision, in some ways, you can bring in revenue, obviously, from new businesses, but in reality, a lot of times subdivisions are revenue negative, okay? But one of the things, and I don't know what happened here, but I think you were in the front of the planning commission last summer, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you had no time between last summer and this summer to get that engineer, a new engineer?
He passed away over the winter. And so,
In the planning commission, I thought they brought up some concerns about traffic. I saw that.
well, the turn lane, we did already offer to do the turn lane in. Like I said, the engineer handled a lot of the liaison between a lot of these different departments. So after he passed, it was tough kind of weeding through what he was handling versus what we could then piecemeal out
Right.
without having to go back and restart over
Right.
with an entire new engineer.
Okay. And the only concern I have from the planning commission perspective, and I think I told you that day, I take the planning commission pretty seriously. Like when I appoint someone, and I think the other supervisors up here agree with me. After a planning commission meeting, I talk to the planning commission person that I appointed, Mr. Williams, because I feel like he does a good job and I trust him. My concern was the planning commission voted 6-0 or 5-0. I think one of the members was missing against this. And that usually sometimes you'll have a planning commission's, 3-3, 4-2, so it's a split vote. So then I look more at it, but it's kind of telling when the planning commission goes 5-0. And I guess the final concern I have is there was a letter that was written, an email that was written to the governor of Virginia that called our planning commission rogue because the planning commission rejected you. That's gonna happen. Like planning commissions do reject. I mean, I don't see anywhere in those minutes where the planning commission went rogue. I mean, that's a direct quote into questioning our planning commission. So those are the concerns I have. In the end, for me, I think of everything east of Lake Landor. I'm like, for my personal, because it's my district, I think everything east, all right, if we're talking development, I'm going to be looking there. Anything west, when I ran, I made a promise to those people, I would try to keep it as rural as possible. Okay, and I have concerns, like Mr. Forehand said, the family subdivision part is not, that's not on you, that's on us. So I have concerns, major concerns with that, with the traffic and everything else that they had mentioned. And so I am going to make a motion to deny, okay? So if the board would so admit, I will make a motion to deny RZ 02-2024 the preserve at Hidden Pond.
All right,
Second.
Discussion.
discussion, Mr. Underwood.
Yeah. Madam Chair, I would like to have a better picture from VDOT in terms of traffic impact. I'm not sure that I'm ready to say yay or nay. I'd just like to make sure that I've given all consideration. Would we consider deferring this at least until another meeting? Or does everyone set in their decision other than I, then we can move forward?
Mr. Underwood,
Yes.
if you don't mind, my motion was to reject this. So if you feel like you need to defer or vote no on the rejection because you want information, that's fine. But my motion stands at rejection.
And I'll leave my second for that motion.
Okay. Are there any other motions or discussion? At this point, then, I will, we have a motion on the floor to deny this request. All in favor say, of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So moved. This project is denied. Thank you very much. You did a good job. Your folks will be proud of you.
Miss Long, can you get an official vote on that? Because I only heard aye. Can we get an official
Okay.
vote on that?
Sure. Mr. Black, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Thomas?
Aye.
Mr. Underwood? Abstain. Thank you. Mr. Forehand?
Aye.
I vote aye.
I vote aye.
Good evening.
Good evening.
All
Good
right,
evening.
you have brought forward to us an ordinance about fees and levies for public utilities.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, board members. Tonight's second public hearing is to consider amending Chapter 93, the Schedule of Fees and Levies for Public Utilities. The public hearing has been appropriately advertised in accordance with Virginia Code. The county's financial advisor, Davenport and Company, presented a utility rate study to the Board of Supervisors at its May 13th meeting. The rate study was to keep revenues in the utility fund in line with the ever-changing expenses. The proposed utility rates are as follows. On September 1 of 2025, the base fee for both water and sewer, the sewer user rates, the administrative fee, and the capital asset fee will increase by 5%. Septage fees will increase from $36.75 to $116 per thousand. On September 1 of 2025, the equivalent one residential connection base fee for sewer, administrative fee, capital asset fee for the Dawn wastewater system will increase by 5%. In addition, on July 1st of 2026, 2027, 2028, and 2029, the base fees for both water and sewer usage rates, the administrative fee, capital asset fee, septage fee, and the equivalent residential connection base fee will increase by 5% each year. All residential water and sewer availability fees will increase as follows. Water will go from $5,500 to $8,000, and sewer will go from $6,000 to $8,500. Inspection and reinspection fees will increase from $35 to $40. Return check fees will increase from $50 to $100. Account service fees will increase from $15 to $25. The Port Royal Townfield and Port Royal Landing Water System, which is currently a flat rate system, will go from $40 to $45 per month. Meter fees will increase from their current of $150 each to 3/4 inch would be $300, a 1 inch $400, inch and a half is $1,000, 2-inch meter is $1,650, a 3-inch meter $2,000, and a 4-inch meter is $4,000. Essentially, that is the cost of each one of those meters in a pod. So that is our actual cost. Deposits for water service will increase from $70 to $100, and sewer service will increase from $180 to $250, and that puts us in line with the Virginia Code section that allows us to be able to go after liens. So they do require us to have a minimum standard for deposits. Irrigation rates for a meter capacity for an 1.5 inch meter will be added. Somehow 1.5 inches was left off our schedule, so we're adding that as $80. And then all other fees set forth in the ordinance will remain the same. With that, I'll be glad to answer any questions prior to the board opening the public hearing.
Does anyone have any questions? Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Shebel, I was just trying to do a little quick math, but we're doing septic fees increasing from $36.75 to $116.
Yes, sir.
That's a 315% increase.
So for years, we've been subsidizing the septage, and this is for septage. When a septage hauler comes to the house and pumps out a drain field, we take the septage in through a hauler at our facility. It has to go through a pre-treatment and then go through the system. So I did lay on your desk an additional breakdown of how that rate came about. The biggest difference is we were hauling our sludge to Spotsylvania County at a reduced rate, and they were making it into compost. That has now gone away, and we now have to pay $80 per ton in tipping fees. So that is the major increases there. The other thing that was that's increased is all of the hauling expense that we were paying was actually coming out of the solid waste budget, not the utility budget. So that is being corrected and now being brought in. So those two things there end up being, by those alone, somewhere around $80.
Okay, I really want to make sure we understand. The septage fee is not paid by citizens, but is paid by the septic companies that pump your septic tank out.
Correct. So, but the septic hauler will increase their rate because they got to pay more to the citizen at that point. But this fee is paid by the septic hauler.
So for all the residents on water and sewer, they're not going to get an increase from $36 to $116.
No, sir.
But they probably every 5 years will see a higher cost of their septic system pumping.
And right now, our system's been down due to the construction at the plant for the last couple months. So right now, all of that's going elsewhere around the county. To give you an idea, King and Queen County and Middlesex, West Point, and King and Queen and King William, they all charge $181 per thousand. King George charges $68.95 plus a $10 admin fee for each thousand.
That's fine, Mister. I really just want to make sure I understand and people understand. This is not the homeowner
Yes,
that
sir.
is on county water and sewer
Correct.
is not going to pay this fee.
That's correct.
Actually, this fee is going to impact people who are not on county sewer.
Correct.
Those in the rural areas that have their septic system pumped every 5 years, according to the state or the Chesapeake Bay Act. Will see this increase every 5 years.
Yes, sir.
Okay, not citizens. We're still doing just a 5% water and sewer increase on citizens.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now justify that one for me.
So the 5% essentially barely keeps up with the inflation that we see each and every year. As Davenport was here through their rate study, they were able to show you where we are in comparison to where inflation has been, and we've been just staying just ahead of that. Our chemical costs have gone up by over 200%. So that's just through the roof right now. So that's costing money. And electric has gone up as well, not that much, but electric continues to go up. And then even labor costs for us getting things done, getting parts in, all that just costs more.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? I have one. When will these new rates go into effect?
So the first set 5% increase and all the other rates will go in effect on September 1 of 2025. So next month. And then each consecutive year through 2026, 27, 28, and 29, just a 5% increase on the rates would go into effect each July 1.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, gentlemen, how do you want to move forward on this?
Need to have a public hearing.
Public hearing. I am going to get this straight today. All right. If there's anyone who would like to speak on this, please come forward. Good evening. If you could please state your voting district and your name.
Yes, ma'am.
Jay Hicks.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Jay Hicks. I'm a resident of the city of Fredericksburg, but I'm descendant of the Anderson family, which settled west of Charlesburg many years ago. I'm here, many of you know me as an employee of Gerald Properties, but I'm here tonight in my capacity as president of the Fredericksburg Area Builders Association, and for the first time as chairman of the Regional Housing Assembly. The Regional Housing Assembly is the only active affordable housing committee in the Fredericksburg area. It's receiving guidance from the George Washington Regional Commission and is sponsored by the Mary Washington Healthcare and the Department of Health. It came about because the consortium of care study that's conducted in District 16 revealed that housing was one of the top 3 concerns for health in our area. As FABA, as Fredericksburg Area Builders Association, we have over 300 members, and each one of those members has from 1 to 100 employees. Many of those members work and live in Caroline County. In addition, the Builders Association is very involved with Noah Hughes at the Caroline High School in his trade class, his carpentry class. And with a little nudge from us, he's benefited from financing, equipment, and materials to assist his class. And all that is to get me to the reason why I'm here tonight. And I apologize.
All right, could I interrupt you for a second? Do
Yes,
you
ma'am.
have any comments on the water rates that we just discussed?
That's my
Okay,
next topic.
all right, just wanted to
I'll
make
take a
sure
look
we were on
around
the
the
same
mulberry
field.
bush real quick to get to this point to tell you that increases in fees never make anyone happy. But we see this as an opportunity for Caroline to have some successful planned growth that is coming. You guys are right at the crash of the wave from both sides, and so preparing for that only makes sense. So if you believe this is what the county needs to invite new businesses and invite new customers and continue to grow, that's a good thing. So we realize that these new fees will improve the water and sewer services for Caroline County residents, improve the infrastructure, handle more capacity, and you'll need more customers. So to support this new work, and not on 2-acre lots. These are going to have to be smaller lots to accommodate some density into these population growth areas that you guys are developing along the Route 1 and 95 corridor. So we at FABA look forward to working with you to provide the housing and customers that you guys will need in Caroline County. And to that end, we support your actions with the fee increases this evening.
Thank you very much. All right, gentlemen, what is your pleasure? Oh, any more? We got more. Okay. If anyone else would like to speak, if you could come on down and sit toward the front, that will save us time. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Sean Miller. I'm also a representative of the Fredericksburg Builders Association. First and foremost, I'd like to echo the comments of our president, Jay Hicks, who just spoke. And I'm also here to give some comments on the water and fee schedule update. Generally speaking, we usually oppose any increase to cost of development because these costs will be passed on to consumers, which tends to worsen the already existing housing crisis that we're seeing across the nation. And thus, this would make it harder for your residents to buy homes, obviously. But we understand that in this case, it's been over 10 years since you've implemented a fee increase, and you are a growing county. And we've run the numbers, and we can see that this fee schedule increase will essentially keep you at pace with other localities and current costs when adjusting for inflation. And as such, we support this increase, and we thank you for your continued support for FABA and our builders in Caroline County. Thank you for your time.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this issue? Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Seeing none, this public hearing is closed. All right, gentlemen. Do I have a motion?
Another question for Mr. Shebel, if I may. Because Mr. Shebel, I remember when Davenport made their report about the need for increased fees, and I think at that time we were discussing the possibility of putting this off for a year, and it really wouldn't have a significant impact if we waited for it. Do you recall that same thing?
I do not. No, they actually, it was included in our budget as approved. We're actually behind because we thought this would be July 1. So we're actually 2 months behind to where it would have been from Davenport's recommendation of July 1.
Okay, I seem to recall. I'm not the only one to recall that. I know I was adamantly opposed to the fee increases because I thought they were a bit
I know
high.
you asked that we increase the availability fees to be able to put more burden on new builders than existing.
Right.
So that was increased because of that and went back to pre-pandemic numbers. So we lowered down those availability fees. They're now back to where they were pre-pandemic.
So we haven't increased those at all. We just put them back to where they were pre-pandemic.
Correct. So they're being increased, but I mean they're back now to where they were from pre-pandemic. So we've done 2 increases along the way to bring us back from where we were. Now this will bring us 100% whole where we were.
Well, shouldn't we offset that some more by increasing the availability fees so that we can offset the people who already have water and sewer who are really hurting still in the economy? And if they're buying Colombian coffee, I know they're in trouble. If they're buying some other things, I know they're in trouble. So is there a way we can, move it to somebody who can afford it? It was nice for the builders to come and say it was a great idea to increase our fees, but they also didn't say they wouldn't pass them along to the end user. So
First time in 32 years that people have supported a utility rate increase. So
yeah, but they also didn't say they wouldn't pass it
That's
along to
true.
the end user. So it's, not a big deal. Is there any thought, Mr. Cully, you came up to say, is there any thought we could look at more availability fees?
Well, remember, availability fees are going back into the infrastructure, at the plant and in the water, where the user rates are paying for the day-to-day operations of the utility. The staffing costs have all increased. We added 4 utility staff in the budget, and part of that's based on we budgeted these rate increases, and we're trying to do them small. We don't, Bowling Green just went up 20%. Like that, in which we had to budget in. We're one of the larger users in Bowling Green water and sewer, so we're trying to implement them in smaller amounts. But our costs have increased, our operational costs have increased, and we anticipate those to continue. especially electricity. Everything you read, electricity is going up. And so I would encourage you to adopt the rates as the study that Davenport did showed. And I think that we're back where we are competitive with our availability fees at this time, and some areas around us raise those. That'll give us the opportunity to look at raising those in the future. But I don't know that flipping that is going to help on the operational side.
Would
They
you
did
consider?
20% water, 20% sewer.
Oh,
Town.
well, that's another story because they have a limited supply and we've got a lot more users than they do. But any consideration, Mr. Cully, to effective date of January 1 instead of now? That'll at least give them a little more time to say, I've got to save 5% of my water.
What's the average water in your utility bill? For normal, 100, because I used to pay about 100, yeah, something, you know.
It's 80 plus about 120.
So 5% is. Yeah, you're talking about $6 or $7 a month per customer, but it's a big amount to us. So individually on the customers, it's not terrible. Nobody wants a rate increase, but I think waiting to just go put us behind in the budget for what we had planned to collect, and we're unfortunately spending the expense side of that.
You're saying $6 or $7 a month for everybody?
About 100,000 overall. If we waited till January in the budget, that we would not.
That's just residential.
Yeah, that's residential. There's a commercial component to that as well. We would encourage you to adopt. I understand, but I mean, they've already 2 months behind what we thought. We were just late getting the study done, and then we plan on having this in July. So we're, effective date of September is already a couple of months back.
It's just hard for me to do it because I represent the Milford water system, and that was a low to middle income desperation system we put in, and a lot of those folks are still there. So I find it hard to increase rates on those folks in particular.
And they're even going to be less. I actually figured on a water sewer customer. If it was just a water customer, their bill is around $30 a month.
Now.
Yes, sir. So it's about $1.50 increase a month.
I'm still holding out. I don't care. You can look at me all you want. I'm still holding out.
I just wanted to make sure you were finished.
I have people that I promised to not raise their rate, so
All right, that's right.
I will stick to what I said.
I'll make a motion to adopt the water and sewer fee increases to start, is it 1 September, Mr. Shebel?
Yes, if you adopt the resolution that was in your board
I'll
packet.
do that.
You passed out a clean copy.
I did,
right?
yes, sir.
Yeah, because your board packet had a markup and you have a clean copy of that.
So I laid a clean copy at your desk. It's the same thing. It just got the red lines out.
Well, I'm expecting the Fredericksburg Builders Association to not pass it along. I'll be in touch, Mr. Hicks.
This is a clean copy. That's what was on our desk.
I make a motion to adopt an ordinance to amend section 93-1, Schedule of Fees and Levies for the Public Utilities of the Code of Caroline County, Virginia, to increase certain rates and fees and levies.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
So moved.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shebel. Brings us to new business. Our next topic is, we are on number 5, and this is for Habitat for Humanity. Who's presenting this?
Should be somebody from staff.
Staff are going to present this. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I don't really have anything to add beyond what we outlined in the board packet. Mr. Tickle was here tonight to explain his request, which is in the amount of $25,000 to $30,000 for gap funding to continue the work in anticipation of USDA funding, which he expects to become available, I think, in September or October. In your board packet, we've outlined what the 25 to 30,000 would be used for, and with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Tickle to answer any questions you may have.
Hello, thank you guys for considering this. I really appreciate it. You guys have really been helpful over the years. As you guys know, our project is really behind. The development just now is able to hand over lots to us. And then the USDA, fortunately, at the same time, is the administration had frozen money, but they've released that again. So things are starting to move. But we're at the starting point of this. We're also preparing for our next grant as well, which will be turning in here this summer. And so it's really important that we come in strong and, you know, finish these 9 homes and everything and set ourselves up for our next 2-year cycle. So we're seeking some gap funding to help us not only wrap up this project, but prepare for our next 2-year cycle as well.
What happened to the grant from USDA?
Well, the USDA grant is solid. It's fine.
The $2 million.
Well, the USDA is a lot more than $2 million. The $2 million was a regional planning grant through Virginia Housing through GWRC. And that was a nightmare that I'll be glad to talk to people about offline, but we had to walk away from that funding source. So we still have our USDA funding. We still have all of that. But it was that regional money that we just could not come to terms with the seller of the property and with GWRC. It's all about the subordination agreement.
Yeah, but when you guys, I mean, that was a competitive grant. I was on the GWRC board when that was awarded, and everybody seemed to understand the terms. So what happened?
I agree with you. You can talk to our attorney, Charlie Payne. The one thing in the very beginning, we had to get a subordination agreement of who would, you know, get position if bankruptcies and all of this stuff happened, which it wouldn't. They were like, okay, good to go. So we moved forward. Seems like they kept throwing other roadblocks in us. We would meet the challenge every time. We go to close, and this is 2 years later, and they tell us we cannot sign the subordination agreement that we had agreed on in the beginning. So they were not willing to take a second position, which, you
Who
know.
would have had the first position?
Wait, they GWRC or?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So it was all about the position, and they're talking like 90 days. 90 days, second position. They were okay taking second position behind the USDA, which is the final closeout, but they would not take second position behind the developer. And the developers, you know, this is a multi-million-dollar. Sounds like $2 million is a lot, but it's a small slice of this project. And the developer just would not and could not take that that position. So the two entities just neither one would budge on their positioning, even though we had that initial agreement in the beginning that we would, you know, that they understood how this position had to happen, because the developer is great. They're lending us the money, you know, they're doing the loan for us. I mean, you know, so it's.
I thought that's what the USDA was loaning you all the money. I mean, I was on the board when I went through that agreement.
They are. They absolutely are. That's the closeout funding. So the $2 million was for development of the neighborhood, for infrastructure, roads, all of that kind of stuff. And so you use that. We give people grants. We give them deals. Some of that money comes back to us. Some of it goes to the homeowners in the form of down payment assistance. And then we close out. We sell the property at the end with the USDA loan. So all of that is still in place. All of the closeout funding, all of the funds to actually build the homes. So now instead of the grant from GWRC paying for development, the homeowners themselves are paying for the development and the cost and the sales of the lot. Yeah, it's a nightmare. I
Well,
learned a
it
lot
just,
about this.
you know, we lent you guys or gave you guys $30,000, what, 4 years ago?
Mhm.
And so I feel like we gave you seed money to get you started because you said this will get us going, we'll be good. And then I see in the board packet another 30,000, and I knew you'd gotten 2 million from GWRC, and I'm like, how can we even begin to go down that path again? Because we thought we got you started.
I did too. Believe me, the
So,
GWRC thing was a real blow to us.
but you still have USDA funding coming.
We do. Yep.
So you can't wait for that to show up?
We have to start building, and we also have to, almost like the first time you helped us, we have to show we have the capacity for our next grant as well. Like one of the things that we're doing, which I'm really proud to say, we figured out in 2026 we are going to be able to have a repair program. You know, and part of that is, you know, through the support of this, we're hiring more staff, and we're going to be able to do HVAC repairs using USDA funds. So again, this is it's not something I wanted to do, but I assure you that the money will come back, and you guys will see a return.
Well, when you say repair, see, I was looking and tried to get you to help some folks repair their houses, and you said your programs don't do that. And the majority of the folks that I've needed help with needed roofs or part of their siding replaced or doors and windows replaced, and Habitat used to do that hands down, and now they were told you guys don't do that anymore, which was sort of a blow to me, to a number of folks that I'd sent to you guys. And so I looked at this, and I've looked at who I've sent to you all. I mean, I know you're building new houses. There are 2 right up the street from me, but I'm looking at the vast majority of the folks that are fixed income, that if we could fix their house, it would be a tremendous benefit to them. And the housing fund that we had, or that we have for houses that are being built, that were built in Dawn, that contribute to a fund, we've actually were able to fix a house based on those funds. And I'm looking for, how do we help the folks not just get into a house, but are in a house and keep them there? And that's something that we haven't been able to do recently. And I guess I don't understand why.
Yeah, and part of I just recently we did a new strategic plan, and based off of your feedback as well as my board, we are moving towards bringing those repair services. And so in 2026, as part of our USDA refunding application, we are requesting to have funds to bring on a full-time HVAC technician. So we'll actually be an HVAC company. That allows us.
How do you pay for that when you do that?
So the USDA has what's called the 504 Repair Loan Grant Combo. And so if you're over 62, one time in your life, you can get a grant up to $10,000 if you own the home. So what we're doing to onboard the repair program, we're going to start with HVAC. And then as we grow and we get more capacity, we'll add in different things. The next one we'll try to add in is a roof, because those are the key components people usually need: heating, cooling, and roofs. So that is part of the 2026 strategic plan. And if anybody would like to, I'd be happy to present that strategic plan to you. I think that you'll be very happy with it. We've had national housing experts around the nation help us create it, and it really is one of the most thoughtful, plans. And we are addressing the things that you said in our 2026 plan, in our grant refunding package. One of the reasons that we're doing this, it's synergy, right? So the state has a down payment program where you can get a new home buyer $50,000 for a home. But the one trade you have to have with special training is HVAC. There's nobody in the state that has this training. That's why we're bringing it on in-house. So they'll install the HVAC systems in our homes, and then when they're not doing that, they'll do repairs for our senior citizens in the county. And so that'll allow that position to be fully funded and bring in this additional resources for the home repairs.
Mr. Tickle,
Yes.
can I just be honest with you? And
Yes.
I think you're very, very, Madam Chair, is it okay if I?
Yes, please,
Okay.
Mr. Black, I would have stopped you.
Habitat Humanity is a great program, and it is something that is definitely needed in this county, because one of the things is affordable housing. We can talk all day. We talk about a GWRC, we talk about a VACO, and how you crack that, I don't know. And you guys are one solution to that problem. For me, my concern is I need to see, not the next great program out there, I need to see results. Like, as a teacher, I don't care about a fancy entrance to a school. I just want to see a classroom. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see something utilitarian, something you can point to when we say, hey, look, we built 6 schools, we built 8, or 6 houses, 8 houses. And that's what the public wants to see. The public wants to see the finished product. That's my concern, not the next program, great program that we're going to announce. Because in the end, it's up to them. It's about what houses were built.
Yeah. And I understand that. We dedicated 4 last fall, and we typically dedicate them every year. I know it doesn't seem like we're doing a lot, but if you look at what's going on in the other counties, we really have something special here. There's not a habitat around the area that's building over 1-2 homes a year, and that's because of a lot of reasons. But a lot of that is the support you've given us and us able to leverage these federal funds, and we want to continue to do that. And we're in real jeopardy of being able to do that if we don't find some gap funding to get this project done.
Mr. Tickle, could I?
Yes, please, Mr. Thomas.
Would you consider a loan? We loan you the $30,000 and you pay us back when your grant money or whatever comes in?
The grant won't pay for past services, but I certainly could. We have donations and we have unrestricted funds that come in, and I'd be happy to look at that and look at terms that would accommodate everybody.
And then that way we help you and we allay the fears of everybody else saying we're doing it again.
Yeah. But I have literally 8 loans in Richmond that are ready to close now that I can't move forward on until I secure my last gap funding.
Anybody else? All right. And Mr. Thomas, I think that's a good idea. I like to support this project, especially since the teachers and firefighters get some of the benefits from these. But I'd also like to request that maybe, I know you have to do financial statements for your loans.
Sure.
And maybe you might want to think about sending a copy to Mr. Cully or something, just so we have it on record, so we can answer questions when they come about.
Okay.
And I do remember there was an issue with holding those funds at GWRC. There was some silly thing that you thought you had somebody, and then it got all messed up. So I know there was an issue there. It's been quite a few years ago, hasn't it, Mr. Seeley? 3. So I think the idea of the loan would fit the bill. But we would need a legal document drawn up by the attorney, wouldn't we, Mr.
We talked about that before, and I'm just worried the timing wouldn't be there, honestly. That's my biggest fear, because I did
How
talk
soon
about
do you
that with
need it?
Mr. Cully.
Yeah, I think, we did, when we were looking at trying to work through Mr. Tickle, the GWRC issue, we looked at this loan issue, and, it is possible, but it would have to probably be run through the EDA, and it would take a fair amount of legal wrangling to stand that up, because we would be actually loaning money to the EDA. The EDA would be issuing the loan to them, and we'd have to have a recapture from the EDA. And it's just I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's a significant undertaking to generate that type of financial instrument. And you have to weigh that against the amount of money you're loaning.
I understand. Okay.
And I do
Alright,
just want to, again,
And you've done a good job for us over the years, but we just need to make sure this doesn't happen again.
I agree.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and go on a limb here, and I'll make the motion for the gap funding. I will tell you right now, I just need to see houses, Mr. Tickle. We need to see houses. I know you've done an excellent job, and you're very passionate about what you're doing. You're very knowledgeable about what you do. But, okay, so I'll
I
make the
hear you.
motion to approve the gap funding.
I've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in
What-
favor? Wait a minute, what, I'm sorry. For
25,000.
30,000, isn't it? 25,000.
5,000.
Yeah.
I can make it work for 25. So I have other counties that are contributing as well, even though they're not getting any homes built. So rest assured, I'm
So
shaking
what is
every
the
tree.
total amount of this, since we've got a motion, what's the total amount, since now you're telling us we're not the only county contributing?
We're getting about 70,000 in total extra. USDA is also going to be giving us some additional funds because of the delays that they had on their end as well.
So this is like your yearly grant that you get for your new houses for this year?
Yes, they're going to give us what's called an extension. Yes.
I think that should have been disclosed to us up front.
I did mention it to the county. I apologize if it didn't get to you guys, but we do have other groups, and I have some other donors, private donors, that are also writing some checks that we've reached out to as well. But a lot of that is they know that we have something really special here, and in 2026 we'll have these new services. I know we need to deliver what we got, but it really is. This is.
Because one of my concerns is you say you're bringing on an HVAC person, that becomes an overhead expense that you all have to pick up, because that's a person that you can't bill to something.
Yeah, and I'd love to share my strategic plan with you,
Well,
but
the plan
essentially
isn't-
in our next refunding package, we're asking for 32 homes, not all of those in Caroline, of course. We're going to do 8 a year, but we pay currently almost 10 grand per home for an HVAC. So rather than paying an HVAC company, they'll be paying us. So that covers his expense plus the added repairs when they're not doing the new systems.
Madam Chair, we have a motion on the.
Yeah, we're allowed discussion in the middle of the
Okay,
motion.
all right, I didn't know. Okay.
Any other discussion or questions? No?
Guess
Mr. Underwood?
I guess my question is, looking at it just holistically, would we do this for other entities? If another entity came and needed gap funding, would we do the same? And that's going to come about with all of this things that have come to us from different organizations. Will we do the same when they don't have funding to complete? Will we give the same consideration?
I will add that we are, again, we're trying to be the best partners. We're fully funding the school build. We have invested
How much is the school?
a lot of, we're investing about $300,000 in the school.
How much is school contributing? Is the school contributing any funding?
No, we're solely paying for that. Everything there, we're paying for it.
So you're teaching the carpentry class?
I mean,
Basically.
yeah. But we're fully funding that, and fully funding that project. Noah was able to get a $100,000 grant because of saying he was partnering with us. So I mean, we're doing things for the county, I think, that justify it. I do understand you're in a tight place, but I think if you look at all the things we are doing and the resources, I don't know any nonprofit that has brought in, like I shared a couple months ago, $800,000 just in local businesses. I granted we're different beast than others, but we, we do bring revenue back in to the coffers for you.
I'd call the question.
Mr. Thomas, just a moment. Go ahead, Chris.
To Mr. Underwood's point, I just wanted to clarify that from a legal standpoint, what we'd be talking about is a donation under the Virginia Code to those types of charitable institutions that are authorized. So and we have done that in the past.
Right.
You know, we have the basketball travel
That's
team
right.
and things like that. But I wanted to make clear that
We're doing donation.
this would
25,000.
have to. This is a donation to a charitable institution. Habitat is actually listed in that statute as not being excluded from that. But I just wanted to limit to the point you made. I wanted to limit the universe of
I'm glad to clarify that.
comparators
Yes.
to other charitable institutions.
I'm glad. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I call the question.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries. Thank you.
What was the record?
You want to go by vote? Mr. Black?
Aye.
Mr. Thomas? Mr. Forehand?
Aye.
I vote aye.
I'm voting aye just this one time because we can't continue this.
Mr. Underwood? So there's your breakdown and the motion passes. It's for 25,000. All right, where are we now? Numbers.
I don't think we have a choice. Can I just make a motion and get this over with? We don't have a choice.
We don't, we do have a choice.
All right.
We're gonna entertain new voting software right before the election. And we didn't have any problem with voter tabulation during the primaries?
Mr. Colley, my understanding is I've talked to the chairman of the electoral board. We have some issues with this.
They invited me to a meeting. I don't remember all the details. Rebecca Ryan's here, probably speaking more, but we're not ADA compliant. And the equipment that was ADA compliant has stopped working, and it's proprietary, so you can't just fix it. And so that was the need for the upgrade. And so she can speak now. Hopefully it's coming down.
Would you like to come down and speak?
You're saying just the ADA equipment will be upgraded?
No, all of it's upgraded. The ADA parts would stop working on what we currently own. And it can't be fixed. It's like a printer. You can't put a printer, it's proprietary, so they can't do what they need to do with the ADA part. Please speak to that more.
Actually, there's 3 sections to the voting equipment. There's our poll books, which we have already replaced a few years back. It's the ADA equipment right now. It is not functioning the way it's supposed to be. It has to be replaced. When you replace the ADA equipment, you actually, because of the proprietary software, have to replace your voting tabulators, because the tabulator that we have right now will not read the other ADA equipment. If we try to stick with the same company that we're with right now, their equipment is obsolete. So we don't really have an option there. So we have to go with something new. In addition to having the equipment being obsolete, we are working on a version 1.0 from the let me look at these notes. Hold on. It's called the Voluntary Voting System Guidelines, which the state of Virginia follows. We have been working on a version 1.0. Back in 2021, we went up to a version 2.0. At any point in time, we could be told that we have to be on that. And it would be a have to, no choice. The equipment that we want to get right now is still on 1.0. They're getting certified for 2.0. But the thing that will happen with this is we can bring in this new hardware. Our constituents, our voters will all see this new hardware. And when we upgrade to 2.0, there will be no change for them. So they won't see these successive changes. I don't know.
How many ADA ballots do we cast out of the 10,000 we have?
So that is actually immaterial. We have to have them. They are required by Virginia code. I have cut it down from 15 because we have 15 precincts. That's the 13 that we physically have during election day, plus our early voting and our cap. I've cut it down to 10 units, one for each location.
Because some are dual locations.
Correct. We have 3 dual locations.
So these broke yesterday or what?
No, they did not break, but they are not functioning the way they are supposed to. And
They functioned during the primary?
they were not used during the primary. Again, it's immaterial.
Well,
that
no,
they were.
it's very material.
No, we're required by Virginia Code 24.2-6.6 to have functioning equipment. It has to be available. Our equipment does not function.
Mr. Underwood?
But you say you didn't use it during the primary, but yet, wait a minute, let me finish.
Yeah.
But yet you said you have to be in compliance.
Yes,
But-
sir. As you're probably aware, I was just recently appointed. So I cannot speak to previous elections because I was not involved in the testing and the compliance and all of that. I know about June. June, we were not technically in compliance.
All right, so.
We had
so
equipment
was that
out
the-
there.
Was that the first time we weren't in compliance?
I can't answer to previous to that.
So you have no
I've been
idea,
here
you-
since June. They were not in compliance. My electoral board has stated that they are not in compliance and that we need to have the additional equipment. I did put in for a budget request when the budget thing came up. I don't know what happened there, but nothing was added to the budget for this.
Can you just, you say it's not functioning. Can you give me a brief synopsis? When you say it's not working or it's not functional, that's a broad.
Very specifically, they ran with an ink cartridge in them.
What's that?
They had an ink cartridge in them to print the ballots. The ink cartridges have leaked into the machines. The machines are non-repairable, so we cannot print ballots with them.
Mr. Sadler?
Mr.
Sadler. Honorable board members, I would caution discussing version numbers, which should probably not be disclosed publicly.
No, we're not discussing them.
Because it does put at risk the security of the election systems. So specific information as far as version numbers.
Okay, I don't care about the version. I just said, I want to know why it was not functioning. She said it's not functioning. Is it not receiving paper? Is it not printing the ballot? Is it not counting properly? Is it, I don't need a version. I don't care whether it's John Brown.
There's been version numbers and details mentioned that probably should not be disclosed publicly because it would put
That
these
should be
systems
discussed
at risk.
before she came up. I don't know any version.
Sorry.
So you're saying they don't work at all?
The equipment does not print ballots
The equipment doesn't print ballots for an
printers-
ADA person?
for the ADA people.
So somebody blind needs a printed ballot? Is that what you're saying?
If somebody comes in and requests to use our ADA equipment,
Why would they request to use our ADA equipment?
because every voter is entitled to have a private vote.
Yeah, I'm sure, but I mean,
Okay.
I'm in a wheelchair. I'm ADA. I can roll to wherever and I can cast my ballot.
Not everybody has perfect vision.
That's what I
And so
said.
they
Somebody's
asked-
blind.
So right now, the only way that they can fill out a ballot is if they have an assistant, which takes away their privacy.
And you have no idea how many people are coming that are vision impaired, that their vision is so bad that they can't see the ballot. You have no idea what that is. So it could be 2 people and we're gonna go change our entire system for 2 people.
Um,
I'm waiting for your
I'm
answer.
thinking, yeah, I'm trying to think.
I can tell you what I think.
I would say during early voting, we probably had about 20 to 30 people fill out assistance forms, which means that they had somebody help them fill out their voting.
During early voting?
During early voting.
For the primary in
For the
June,
primary in June.
which you said you weren't here until June.
No, I was here for June. That was my first election as a general registrar.
You came in June.
I was appointed in December.
Okay.
June was my first election that I was a general registrar, so I was becoming acquainted with some of these rules and regulations.
Okay, you were saying a couple of things I was just trying to pin down. So
Sorry, yes, sir.
you came in December, you were here in June,
Mm-hmm.
and you think 30 people.
I think there were about 20 to 30 during the early voting. Out of that, we only had like 355 voters show up for early voting, so that was 10%.
Yeah, well, that's an anomaly in itself. But you're telling me when everybody is concerned about the validity of elections and the accuracy of elections, that here we are 2 months before the election or a month and a half before we start voting, and you want us to go out and get software, totally new software for 30 people that may or may not show up for the election. That's what you're telling us.
I don't think I'd put it quite that way. The electoral board started looking at this equipment back in January. Actually, I think it was December, around the December-January timeframe, they started looking. We've gone through vendors. They've asked different questions. They've had different things given. We thought we were going to go with a different company. We got additional information from the one that we settled on. I gave you the paperwork for ES&S.
So I have just one more
Yes, sir.
question. You said you met in December, January. And that's when you say that we have a problem as of December, January, right? You knew that.
December, January is when they started
Somewhere.
looking at vendors to replace this equipment.
Right. Then you came to a conclusion that it needed to be replaced.
No, that
So,
conclusion was drawn prior to then.
Okay, so what took us this long? This is August. What took us from that period? Do you have a vendor in mind at this
Yes,
point?
sir, we do.
You do have a vendor?
Yes.
Okay.
And I turned in the paperwork last Thursday. I don't know what was
Okay.
given to you. I had a copy of the sales agreement and then our letter.
Okay. So you vetted and did all
Yes,
the
sir.
others, and now you're just looking for the funding to.
The additional funding,
for
yes.
Additional funding. Okay.
It's still, I mean, it doesn't sound strange to you that we're a month away from early voting and we get a request to get new voting machines or voting software?
No, I can understand your thought process on this, but we did start it back several months ago, a long time ago.
But nobody told us about that several months ago.
Oh,
Yeah, now you feel as surprised as I am. Nobody told us several months
I-
ago you needed new software.
okay. I thought that one of our electoral board members had spoken with members of the board.
No.
No.
So now we're here saying, and you can understand now our suspicion or my suspicion. And I
Most
mentioned this to
definitely.
some citizens, and they literally said, there's no way that we should let this happen. I've got a lot of citizens who are saying, this sounds bad. This sounds fishy.
What about training? What about training
In what respect?
to use the new product?
Oh, they only have to be trained to print out a big giant ballot because their vision isn't what it's supposed to be. That's all you're doing, right?
Well, just out of curiosity, can I?
Well, let her answer the question because that's all she's doing is printing out a big ballot, right?
It's the same
You can
size.
say yes. You can say yes. Go ahead.
Actually, technically, the vendor that we're going with is going to print out a ballot that's smaller than the one that your regular voter is going to be marking on, because this ballot is going to be marked by the machine. But the voter is going to have the opportunity to have a bigger screen. They may have white on black instead of black on white. They also have the capability of listening so that they can do it, audio.
Mr.
Why can't you just get one of those machines for only those people that need to use it and just let them use it? So I only got 30 votes that I have a question about.
Because those votes that I referenced were during the early voting system, which is at one precinct. There are 13 precincts that are open on election day. So I need to have one for each location.
Just out of curiosity, I mean, Madam Chair.
We have Mr. Black.
I mean, from a legal standpoint, if we don't replace these, I mean, is there any repercussions of not replacing these? If the board said, hey, look, that's a lot of money and we don't want to, are there legal repercussions in the election?
The only thing I could tell you that is we'd be in violation of the Virginia code.
Do you mind if I'm sorry, Mr. Black, you finished?
Okay. No, go ahead and I'll come back.
What do counties, small, poor counties that can't afford this amount of money for a special ballot, do they have people who help visually handicapped fill out, or are there supplements for those counties? I'm just wondering how other counties handle special needs.
I'm Sandra Pelcher, and I'm on the electoral board. This is my second year. This equipment that we have is 10 years old. The printers we have to have, it is an ADA requirement, whether one person uses it or every one of our voters in the county uses it. It's mandatory, it's law, and we're in violation if we do not replace it and have it. We can't have one printer and go around to 15 precincts.
Right.
It's highly improbable. We have to have these printers. These printers are tied to the tabulators. So that is the reason for this request. We are not in compliance and we need to be.
So
we have substantial enough time, should you approve this, for this equipment to be purchased within 2 weeks for us to go through the proper training for the election in November. But the main thing is we need to be in compliance. We need to be law. It's law. We have to be in compliance. And like I said, whether it's one voter or all of our however many voters in the county, it has to be there. And that's the reason for it. And yes, our equipment is 10 years old and the equipment is no longer, it's obsolete and it cannot be repairable.
Thank you. That clarifies things. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have some more.
Mr. Thomas.
And in your statement that we have to have these at every location, I'm going to agree with that if that's what you had done originally. Is it possible to have those 10 printers just used by the ADA people that come to use them? We're going to buy this software, and you're going to have 10 printers, which is what you said you cut it down to.
Mm-hmm.
So every ADA person is going to use this new system.
Every ADA person, every voter.
No. I'm saying just every ADA person uses this new system, and everybody else uses what we have.
Oh, no, we have to have the ADA component, which means that we have to have the tabulator component to go with it.
But you're having a supplemental ADA component. We're saying the ADA is totally separate, and you tabulate that separately.
The equipment we have now, the printers do not work. To purchase the new
The
ADA,
regular, for a regular voter.
The ones we have now, once the ballot is printed through the ADA printer, if it printed, yes, we would use it, but the printers do not work. In order to buy new ADA equipment, it has to go or be used with the current equipment that's on the market today, because air tabulators and printers are not being made anymore.
Do you understand what I'm asking now?
Let me see if I can clarify that for you. The software that is in the ADA component with all of the vendors that we have spoken to, their ballots will only be read by their tabulators. Right. I cannot use my Dominion tabulator to read ESS ballots, and the ESS software does not print a Dominion ballot. It does not print a Civics ballot. Each vendor prints a ballot that is only read by their tabulator. That's why we have to get both pieces.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
But what I want you to understand what I'm saying is we use the same system we have that everybody has confidence in, and as much as you can.
As much as we can, yes, they do.
And if we were to purchase this software and this tabulator that goes with this software, we could just have that used by the ADA people who need to use it. And then you
Okay, but
tabulate.
in that instance, if I have an ADA voter
Mhm.
come into the precinct and uses that ADA software,
Correct.
it has to be read on the same vendor's
By the
tabulator.
ADA machine, which
So
is,
now I have a ballot writer and a tabulator, and then I have a second tabulator to take everybody else's ballot. So now it looks like I've got two different things going.
you got provisional ballots, which is what you do anyhow. You're always going to have two different things. If I come in and I'm a same day voter register, you take my ballot and you take it back to the office and verify it later. And then
But
you count
that
it.
ballot is still run through the same tabulator
Yeah.
that we have right now. So it's not going through a different tabulator. What I'm hearing from you is just using the equipment for the ADA people.
Right.
But I have to have the tabulator to use the ADA equipment.
And if you had 300 ADA votes
Mm-hmm.
through all of those 10 machines,
Mm-hmm.
you would add those 300 votes to the regular votes you got from the other machines. You just tabulate twice.
Mr. Thomas, why would you want to have two sets of tabulators sitting in a voting precinct to confuse your voters?
You're not confusing
Wait
the
a minute.
voters. You're not, well, you need to stop where it is when you say you're confused. I'm
You're-
not confused when I go use the same machine.
No, but what I'm saying is we have to be ADA compliant.
Okay.
We have to have new equipment. This new
Well,
equipment is,
you have to have new equipment is not true, but you have to be ADA compliant is true.
if the county doesn't want to get sued because someone comes in and we're not ADA compliant, would you want that?
We have to be ADA. I'm
Okay.
agreeing to that.
So in order to be ADA compliant, these machines have to be read through a tabulator.
Okay.
Okay, now you're going to say you will approve to buy these ADA machines. Am I understanding ADA? Well, in order to buy those machines, they have to go through the new tabulators. So now why are we having two sets of tabulators when only one tabulator is needed, whether you're non-ADA or ADA, and the provisional ballots are run through the same tabulator? You still only have one tabulator.
The reason you have to have two tabulators is you have to instill confidence in this particular election.
How are
That's
you
why
going?
you have to
How are
do it.
you going to instill? Why are you spending this amount of money for this tabulator to be sitting over there to be used only for the ADA?
I guess that's why we're here, isn't it? Because if you didn't need a tablet for a
You need-
tabulator for the ADA, we wouldn't be doing this, right? So we do this specially for them. So you separate what we have to do.
So you're saying you're going to approve a budget for the ADA printer and tabulator, but you also want us to keep our old obsolete equipment instead of the regular voters using the new machine. You have already purchased it.
Well, based on what she said, the old equipment is not only obsolete because of the ADA printer. So it's not really obsolete. I'd be happy to debate with you as long as you want on this because you're not making a valid argument.
But you're not either, Mr. Thomas.
My
because
valid argument is I don't believe in this new software because I don't trust it. And I think that's what the citizens in the county will be saying when we switch to software a month before the election.
Mr. Thomas, could I, if you finish with that statement, can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you get the printer, you get the tabulator. Does that tabulator do everybody's ballots?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Every vote, whether non-ADA
Yeah.
or the printed ADA ballot, is going through the new tabulator.
Exactly.
So what I'm saying
Because
is,
you would
why
not
are we
be
having?
discriminating
Right.
against somebody's vote
Right.
that was handicapped or not. Everybody uses the
Same
same tabulator.
tabulator.
Okay.
You have your ballot that you would go in and vote on. It's going through that tabulator. The person that needs the ADA portion with the printing of their ballot will go through that tabulator as well. There is no separation. Every vote goes through that tabulator.
Thank you. Does that help?
No, it doesn't help. The tabulator is not the issue. The new software is the issue. That is the issue. I don't know what that, well, we all know what can happen with software, but the new software is not really something that's going to be tested. We're going to know it's rock solid. Y'all believe it? I don't. I think people are saying, as always, and citizens have already said to me when they saw this on the agenda, why are we gonna get new software right before the election? How suspicious is that?
It's not the software, it's the
The
equipment.
printer.
It's the printer that's driving this. It's not the software.
And the tabulator. The tabulator is the counting software.
Right, it counts your vote, yes.
Counting
But you
software.
can't have a new ADA printer, like she said, from ABC Company to work on DFE's company. They just don't interact.
I'm just saying.
And our machines, our tabulators are 10 years old.
I'm saying we can replace all of that, but if you'd have come to us and said in January we need new tabulators or there's a problem, this wouldn't have been an issue.
We've gone through 3 different companies.
But you didn't tell us at all.
But
whether you've gone through 100 different companies or they came to your house and gave you a Tupperware party, you did not tell us this was
excuse me,
coming.
I don't like that remark.
You didn't tell us this was coming, and I don't like that. So,
Well,
where are you?
This was put into the budget so that when we came forward, the money would have been there. So
Nobody
this
here
has
has
been in
heard
the
about
planning stage. She sent it in.
nobody here has heard about it.
It was in
Mr.
budget.
Cully.
107,000 was budgeted. It was 107,000 is budgeted.
And it was in the budget, so you've been told for a
Okay.
while.
So you wanted 207,000.
No. Did you know it
No.
before today, Nancy?
Hmm.
Did you know about this before today?
Nope.
I'm not positive of that.
So
I have to check
it wasn't in the budget, or whether it was in the
There was
budget or not,
something-
we didn't know
something
about it
was-
at all.
Something was in the budget for. what was it?
107.
I'm telling you just about.
From Tamika. Yeah.
Can-
That went in that open go crap. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you let Mr.
It's not a
Cully,
money issue right now.
let's finish this up. Clarify things for me. When did you first find out of the need? Was it in the budget
Yeah, it was a budget request a year ago.
a year ago?
So they've been talking about needing to replace parts of these machines because of the age on them for a number when Kathy was here. Evidently, 100,000 went into the OpenGov system when Tamika was here. I didn't see that. It didn't get into my budget, but I only got what came and was imported from OpenGov into a spreadsheet. So I can't answer where that was, whether it was in, I didn't use OpenGov. I used a spreadsheet and then put all of it back in Keystone, and I'm not using OpenGov budgeting anymore. I didn't use it last year.
Nancy just said she didn't know anything about it. I didn't know anything about it. Reggie said he didn't know anything about it. Clay, you know anything about it?
Well, I don't think the electoral board's ever been here to talk to you
Jeff, you know
about it.
anything about it? See, nobody
Yeah.
knew anything about it.
And-
So you
and
can
where did-
understand
Oh, I
a little
understand,
bit
but
of
I understand.
frustration and concern and suspicion that we get something the month before early voting starts and we're electing the governor. It would be fine if this was the year after that, when it's may or may not be one senator. We're electing the governor and we have no idea what's going on here.
And did I hear something about some funds when Tamika was here?
We budgeted 107 evidently last year that Kathy put in the budget.
Okay.
Like I said, they knew they needed to replace this system. I'm not going to talk about versions, but they knew they were at end of life. The electoral board.
And so when did you get the request for this to go on the agenda?
You say what?
Working on it. When was I at that meeting?
Alan, say that again to the mic.
July. Yeah, sometime. They invited me to a July meeting where they wanted to talk about what they needed to do, the electoral board did. So that's when I got the details of what was broken, why they needed to replace all of it.
Can Mr. Parton come back to the mic and tell us what he just said so everybody could hear what he said? When did you hear about this, Mr. Parton? Because you basically do the agendas.
I became aware of it Thursday when I was putting the packet together.
Thank you.
Well, people have to have, I understand the frustration.
We've been working on this for a while. We went through the federal elections and wholeheartedly started looking for this equipment after November. So it has been an ongoing process. Like I said, we've been through vendors to find the best equipment. Our equipment is 10 years old. The ADA does not work. We are not in compliance. We need to make a change.
We're not in compliance in November election.
We didn't have printers that were working.
So we're out of compliance.
We are out of compliance.
No. We
Yes.
were
Yes.
out of compliance
Yes.
in November.
Yes.
What about the election before that?
I don't know about that one.
You only know about November. We were out of compliance.
Right.
Well,
Because the printers failed to
right,
work.
I understand. So, well, why didn't the alarm go up like it is now saying, hey, it's November, we're out of compliance. We need to do something about this.
That's what we've done. Starting with the November election, when we knew we were not able to print an ADA ballot, we went to the vendors to get.
Our concerns, I understand you go through the November election and things don't work right. You say, we're out of compliance. But that should have come to us immediately, because now you're saying, hey, it's an emergency, we're out of compliance, but yet you don't say anything for 9 months. You come to us with a request 9 months later on an emergency where you knew you were out of compliance in November.
There again, we have been working to bring forward a packet to the county. And that's what we've been doing over these last several months, is talking to the vendors.
We should know.
I understand fully what you're saying. You feel like you've been sidelined by, or just
Not sidelined,
hit with this. All of a sudden, we've got to have it now. Wherein you're saying it should have been brought to you sooner, and that is more than likely true. I was under the impression that this had been discussed personally with some people. That's hearsay.
You were out of
Be
compliance.
that as it was out of compliance in
You're
November.
out of compliance in November. What happened? Did somebody come
The
in?
electoral board started looking at vendors.
Okay, but what
Okay,
you say? Wait a minute. We violated state law. So what was the penalty for being out of compliance in November?
Well, we could have been sued.
No, not could
Fortunately,
have.
we got through. I
My
can't.
uncle could be my aunt. I mean,
Okay,
what was the penalty for being out of compliance?
I don't know specifically.
You're the registrar. You have to know what happens. Yeah.
Okay, in the November
Hold on.
elections, instead of a voter doing their own voting
That's not my
securely
question.
by themselves.
That's not my question.
Wait, you did.
No, my question
They
was,
had to have
what was the penalty from the state for us not being in compliance?
I can't answer that question. I'd be glad to get the answer for you at a later time.
Because it seems to me if you're out of compliance in November, they did nothing. And they told you, somebody had to tell you we're out of compliance, right?
That is correct.
And so so I want you to tell me what they said, what they told you to do. Who said what? Who told you you were out of compliance?
The electoral board informed me that we were out of compliance. We had no option but to use the equipment that we had because there was no time to research or to get new equipment. They have been researching the equipment. They have settled upon this one. I cannot speak to having notified you or not notified you earlier. I apologize for that.
But there has to be a penalty.
I don't know what the penalty is.
What code section did you say it was? 24?
The requirement to have it is 24.2-626.1.
And I don't mean to belabor this, but I just can't believe that you knew you were out of compliance in November, an emergency, and then you come to us in August, a month before the election, say, we got an emergency, when the emergency was in November.
In November, when it was discovered, there was no time to do anything about it. We could not have gotten equipment in. If we had signed with somebody the same day it was discovered,
That's why I want to know
we would not
what,
have had anything.
that's why I want to know what was the penalty from the state for
I
us
don't-
being out of compliance?
I cannot answer that
Okay, that's
question.
all
I
I
don't
wanna know.
have
Okay.
that knowledge. I
I'll-
haven't been in the position long enough,
Ma'am.
and I wasn't prepared for that question.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Why don't,
gentlemen, come on, we got
why
to
don't we
move
postpone
forward.
this until next month?
Okay, Mr. Black.
I guess my thing in here, we can, like, I'm not gonna scream and, I mean, but my question to you is, what I don't understand is, you said in the election in November, the federal election in November, that you guys knew you were out of compliance, correct? You just made that statement saying that someone knew that you were out of compliance in November, correct?
Yes.
So my question to you is, why, if you were out of compliance in November, why would you turn around and use the same equipment in May for the primaries? I mean, I guess my question is, so, I mean, that's where the disconnect is coming from me is, okay, if you just knew you were out of compliant in May, then would be like, okay, we gotta fix it before November, but you knew about it from last November. So my question is, why do we let, if it's really, really important that we're following state code, why did we go ahead, if we knew in November that we were out of compliance, why would we go ahead with another election primary in May and say, hey, we're gonna go ahead and do this? Like, if you're out of compliance, what would make think that the electoral board think that that's okay? I mean, I'm not trying to blame anyone. I just, that's what I'm that's not kind of what I'm understanding.
We knew we knew we had equipment problems in November. And it takes a while. You know that as well as I do, even if you go through a planning commission with a community. It takes time, it takes research, it takes making sure the voters are secure in the fact that we have the equipment needed for them when they go to vote. And that is what the board was trying to do in spending the time and the research to get the best for them. And the primary, like she said, was 10%. We went through helping those people that were ADA to help them have someone with them to mark their ballots for them. We don't want that to happen. That's not the way it's supposed to be. That's not code.
All right, so do you have time if the funds are approved to get this in
Yes,
and
ma'am.
up for the election?
I've already sent the sales agreement and the contracting through to the attorney. I've got his addendums and his recommendations. So once we have funding and we get the signature on that, the delivery would be in 2 weeks.
Right.
That gives us time to use this equipment during early voting that starts on September 19th.
All right, gentlemen, I understand the frustration that this wasn't brought up sooner, and yes, go right ahead.
I just wanted to, I've tried to do some research while I've been listening to flesh out the legal aspect, just to the extent that it's helpful.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie.
The code section, that the primary one that we're talking about, I've already closed out of it, it is, like was referenced before, is in the chapter of the Virginia Code dealing with elections. And there's one subsection dealing with equipment. And 24.2-626.1 says that the governing body of the county shall provide for the use of a voting or counting system in all elections, that shall provide for at least one voting system equipped for individuals with disabilities at each polling place, including non-visual accessibility for the blind and visually impaired, in a manner that provides the same opportunity for access and participation, including privacy and independence. So that's the section we're talking about. To Mr. Thomas's specific point, what's the penalty, right? That's not spelled out.
I'm not the one that said penalty. Mr.
Oh,
Underwood said.
sorry, Mr. Underwood. What's the penalty? That's not spelled out in this section. There are other code sections, and you have to forgive me, I'm kind of putting this together on the fly, but there are other code sections about assisting voters in polling places with disabilities, because you can also get the type of, you don't have privacy, but you can get assistance with somebody coming into the voting place with you. And that spells out penalties in there if you violate that section. So the General Assembly has, in some instances, spelled out penalties with respect to this accessibility issue. But in the code section we're dealing with, that does very kind of clearly say each polling place is supposed to have one of these pieces of equipment. There's no penalty spelled out. So I don't know what happens if we violate that code section. That code section also doesn't cross-reference the ADA, but I know for a fact that a variety of aspects of polling places are dealt with in the ADA, as far as accessibility with stairways and doorwells and everything else that allows people with disabilities to get into a polling place and cast their vote. So I don't know at this point whether there is some independent cause of action in the ADA, but I think, as was referenced before, that those claims are generally brought by disabled individuals or advocates on their behalf claiming a violation of the ADA. And so those are two separate bodies of law, but I think they would both potentially apply. That's the most I have for you right now on what the potential penalties would be for.
But I think, Mr. McKenzie, the second part is because of the denial to be able to
Right.
vote.
And that's and there are sorry.
The first one is different and refers to a different section because of equipment.
Right.
So the second is dealing with the human being able to vote, making sure that their vote counts. That's the difference there. That's why there's the penalty. There is a denial of a right to vote. And first part, we're not denying the right to vote. We're giving them assistance to vote. Now, whether we're giving from my understanding,
yes, and
we're giving the proper assistance is the question.
Right, and to that very specific question is what happens for noncompliance with 626.1? I do not know. It's not spelled out specifically. There are general penalties clauses in the entire, Chapter 6, the election, about being a Class 1 misdemeanor, but I have no clue if that would actually apply to that.
There is a penalty.
So,
and Mr. McKenzie, in that particular law that you're looking at, in order to make sure that an ADA request, and in particular, because of all of our facilities comply with wheelchair access and those things, the only one we'd be concerned about is someone who had trouble seeing in order to view the ballot. That's right for you guys, right? Only people that can't see are the ones you think are ADA issues. Is that right, Madam Registrar?
Any disability.
Any disability. But any disability with a wheelchair is still going to use the regular voting machines or the current voting machines we have. Can use those.
They can.
Okay. All I'm trying to say.
You could have a person that's paralyzed from the neck down, so he'd have to have this equipment in order to mark a ballot. So, no, it's not just those that are blind.
The person who's paralyzed from the neck down how are they going to mark the ballot?
That's what these machines are there for.
How
they speak into the machine.
Okay, so they have a speaking machine. All right, so all I'm trying to say, and I'm not going to apologize for my passion when it comes to voting, because I think that's a fundamental right that some of us haven't always had the chance to experience. So the reality is, we've got people on the national level questioning elections. On the local level, we don't really want that, and theoretically have never had that before. All I'm saying is, if we have to do this to be in compliance, we'll go ahead and do this, but only the ADA people who have to use it will use those machines so that we can eliminate some of the fear of people saying we changed the machines the month before the election. We can have two different systems.
Sir, if you restrict the ADA people to using one machine and regular voters to using another one, then you're discriminating against the ADA people, and that is in violation of ADA.
You're discriminating against them because
if you're saying the ADA person can only put their ballot into that tabulator and they can't put it into this tabulator, you're discriminating against them, and you're making it obvious to any other voter that is in the room that they're different. And that's a violation of Virginia code.
Well, I am going to say that along with Mr. Thomas. I wish this had been brought up sooner, like right after the last election, so
Yes.
that even if you were researching, just so we knew and we could budget. And luckily, there is some money in there. But regardless, we have an election coming up, gentlemen, and we gotta get something in here. So I don't see, like it or not like it, we need to move forward. Do I have a motion to do so?
I'll make the motion.
I can do it too, if you don't want to. Doesn't matter. All right, well, I move that we, we approve the purchase of voter tabulation and accessibility equipment, for the electoral board. And that's the tabulator and the, accessibility equipment. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes four to,
Go down for roll
gonna go roll call. Mr. Black,
Aye.
Mr. Thomas, Mr. Forehand.
Aye.
I vote aye. Mr. Sealy,
Aye.
Mr. Underwood.
I vote nay.
Motion carries.
Can I just say two things to you ladies? I thank you. I know you think we're kind of tough on you, but we're not, and I appreciate you being patient with us. I appreciate you being passionate about what you're doing to make sure that we do things correctly. But we want to do things correctly too, that's all. So I appreciate it. I really do.
Next time you need new equipment, don't wait till the last minute, please.
I apologize for that delay.
That's all
I
right.
was not
Okay.
aware of what had gone on prior, but I will make sure that in future, if a request has to be made, that you all are notified when we first find out before we start researching.
All right, great.
Because I don't
Thank
want
you
to be
so
standing
much.
here like this again.
Oh, it was
That
fun.
makes two of us.
Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Calendar, I mean, where are we going? We're gonna do calendar and and board comments so we can go to closed session and come back.
You had added the senior gala for discussion.
Just to see if the board wanted consensus of saying we would do it and assign Mr. Cully to a,
I just
whatever
don't want to
resource.
force any employees to do anything, that's all.
I think last year the idea was the money, we would give the money as long as some organization was able to
That's
do the.
right.
like-
And that's what we need to kind of be at is.
That's what it was.
But what happened was that the organization that sort of led it ended up being the schools.
Mhm.
And so I think that's what Dr. Calveric wants. We could, maybe Caroline promised, I think they helped, but I think the organization of it became more schools related than they wanted. They wanted a minor part and played a major part. All we could do would be assign it to Parks and Rec. We don't have any other staff that deals in anything along that line. Maybe some help from social services, but I don't have any party planning staff.
They'll need public works when it's time to set up. I
We
guess
did
that's
that.
it. You did
And
that
we
already.
did that. Yeah, we assigned public work, help do all that kind of stuff, because we'd always done that.
We always did that, right?
One year they paid, I think the last Rotary one that did it, we didn't help, because we gave them that money and they paid.
They paid to have it done.
Everything was rented and the people came in and did everything, and we didn't do anything. But we did help any way we could with public works staff. I had guys there, I remember standing there talking to them, that were there throughout the whole event. And we don't mind doing that. But planning, I don't really have anybody that's,
The problem
in a
is the
planning.
manpower, and that's what the Rotary really did, is they planned and got everything, and we don't have the staff to do that.
Well, the good thing is we started last year in October?
It was very late.
And they pulled it off in 2 months, which may have been some of the extra stress. Why don't you go back to them and tell them this is what the county can do and this is what, we're willing to do. We are going to fund it. We would like to see it. It's the 20th anniversary.
Well, don't just throw that word fund out. I need a number on
I
it.
think I'd have to look that up, but
Because
I think it's in the,
Yeah,
it's in the budget.
That's in the budget because that I saw in the budget.
So I said, I put that in.
So that's
Not like
the
other
number.
stuff that was theoretically in the budget that nobody knew about.
good catch, Mr. Thomas.
Yeah.
You're a numbers guy.
I'm gonna let it know. I'm just a guy here trying to represent his people, so.
Do we have a motion to, what was the figure, by the way, Mr.
I have to
Collins?
dig that up out of the
It was-
computer.
it was
but
like
it's-
15,000
I
or
think
10,000,
10
something
to
like that.
15. That's what it had been in the
We've
past.
got money, but we don't have manpower.
We just,
Right, we
we're
don't have
just
the
giving,
manpower.
we're giving the county administrator authority to fund the project under the guidelines of this is what the county staff can do.
Right.
And, you know, get back to the organizers. I think Mrs. Green was a big help before, but she had
got sick.
surgery
She got sick or something.
during the process, so we lost her help, and she was the Rotary person. Maybe we can get LJ back again. I think she had some other issues too.
I think she had
so,
some health issues too.
yeah. Well, all right, if you can.
I'll
If you've
coordinate
got
with
it in
Dr.
the budget,
Calvert.
Mr. Cully, we will leave it to your hands. Do we need a motion or
No.
not?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. If it's in the budget.
Not unless you're going to make a formal committee.
No. Nobody wants to be a formal committee, do
That's
we?
what I'm saying. You know,
All right, so we got that. What else do we need to do, gentlemen?
the calendar real quick. We don't forget Labor Day is Monday, September 1st. Our next meeting 6 o'clock on the 9th. Milford Day is on the 20th. Our next board meeting from the 9th is the 23rd at 6. And then the state fair starts on the 26th, Friday the 26th, and runs through. Pam's got Tuesday the 30th. That doesn't look right. Is that right? October 5th. I can't see that in my. Anyway, through October 5th. I knew it should go through another weekend. So those are things that are on the calendar for upcoming month, and there's nothing left on. I don't think any days of anything. No Saturday days for August. Hot and humid.
All right. We've been pretty good this year, though. So far, it hasn't been too bad this summer. All right, so that takes us to closing board comments.
I move that this board convene in closed meeting. Oh,
Yeah, don't we want to
excited.
do?
He wants to read that long motion again.
That's my comments, is to get this over with.
None.
Madam Chair, I do have one closing board comment. After discussing, or the discussion with Chief Loftus, and he stated how bad his EMS staff is stretched with calls to emergency rooms, I wanted to direct Mr. Wilson to investigate assisting an urgent care facility to relocate and get all the definitions that they would require and restrictions and bring it back to us as soon as possible.
All right.
That's all.
All right. That's it? Mr. Forehand.
I'm good.
All right. Thank everybody for hanging in there, staff. Hope you get to go home now and relax a little bit before you get up and do this all over again. But we won't have another meeting, so you go home at a regular time. I want to thank everybody for tolerating things tonight. It's been a long meeting and we are not finished yet. However, everyone be careful out there with the schools. Remember, buses on the road, and that's all I've got. Mr. Seeley.
I have none.
Mr. Underwood.
I have none.
All right. This case, we have a motion to go into closed session.
I move that this board convene in closed session pursuant to 1, legal counsel and contract exemptions of section 2.2-3711, A2 and A29 of the Code of Virginia for consultation with the county attorney and discussion with staff regarding the terms of a performance and incentive agreement related to the development project in the Mattaponi district, where such open discussion would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the county. And 2, the prospective business exemption of section 2.2-3711A5 of the Code of Virginia to discuss prospective business and economic development project in the Mattaponi district about which no previous public announcement has been made. So I need a second and a vote, please.
Do I have a second, please?
Second.
I have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? So moved. We are in closed session, gentlemen.
too long.
Today's 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks away.
All right, let's get out of the closed session. I move that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors certify to the best of their each board member's knowledge that one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirement by Virginia law were discussed in closed meeting, to which this certification applies, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convened in the closed session were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Can I get a second, please? And a vote, Madam Chairman?
Yes, I have a motion and a second. Mr. Black,
Aye.
Mr. Thomas,
I believe this is where we say I so certify.
yes.
Oh, yeah, I so certify.
Mr. Thomas?
No, we need.
Got to come out of
Oh,
closed session.
I'm sorry, we forgot to vote.
Right.
Close.
You don't need a roll call vote coming out of closed session. So you had a motion to come out of closed session.
Aye.
You had a second.
We got a
All in
second. All in
favor?
favor, say aye.
Aye.
Now the certification.
All
We
right.
did that.
Mr. Black, do you say certified?
I so certify.
Mr. Thomas?
I so certify.
Mr. Forehand?
I so certify.
I say certified.
I so certify.
Mr. Underwood? So business coming out of closed
And
session.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve Economic Development Performance Agreement with CADCVA-1 LLC.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
So moved. Now, are there any closing comments? Motion passes 5-1. All right, anything else? All right.
Motion to adjourn.
I have a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
11 p.m.
Thank you, staff.